Mai haere mai ki tēnei hui o te kaunihera o ngā roto o Rotorua. Welcome to our council meeting today on the Wednesday, 29th of July. We also welcome our Te Aroha partners who have joined us in the audience and our Te Tato o Te Aroha partners too, as well as media and those tuning in online. Before we get underway, I will remind you that this is being live streamed and also to please have your mobile phones on silent. We will take a short break around 11 o'clock or perhaps sooner, depending how we go. But this is a very large agenda ahead of us. So, we look forward to getting underway with some big decisions. But before we do that, I'd like to invite Councillor Maxwell to start us with a karakia.
Recording in progress.
Thank you, Te Manakura. He ino I tātou. Let us pray. Tūtawa mai I runga, tūtawa mai I raro, tūtawa mai I roto, tūtawa mai I waho. Kia tau ai te mauri tū, te mauri ora, ki te katoa, haumi e, hui e, tāi ki e. Kia ora koutou.
Ka mihi nui ki a koe, Councillor Maxwell, mō tērā karakia. And before we get underway, actually, I just want to acknowledge Councillor Maxwell because just this week he's had a very special acknowledgement from local government and from Te Maruata, our Māori elected members, for his very long-serving, dedicated and prosperous, should I say, commitment and service as the longest-serving councillor in the country now. So 49 years of service to our community and certainly a lot more than that to our wider country, in particular his advocacy of New Zealand, our Māori culture and kapahaka here and overseas as well. So, Councillor Maxwell, we give you a very big congratulations for your recent acknowledgements. All right, we'll get underway and we'll start with any apologies. I do have one apology from Councillor Timera Benfell, who will just be a little bit late due to presenting at the Te Maruata conference this morning. So he hopes to join about 10:30. Do I have any other apologies? Nope, may I have a mover and a seconder for that? That's moved by Councillor Wang, seconded by Councillor Patterson. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Thank you. Any declarations of interest? Nope. Any minor matters? I will just note that we'll have an update on the Princess Gate Arches, but we'll have that at the end of this meeting just due to the significant agenda that we have. Councillor Patterson?
Thank you, Your Worship. In fact, that was going to be my question, just following up on the action point that was mentioned at the Te Aroha 2050 Vision Committee hui last week. Just wondering if there's an update on the actual maintenance history of how we got from 1975 to date.
Thank you very much, Councillor Patterson. So we'll take both a general update and then see if there's any information available for us on the maintenance so far and at the end of our public session of today's meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other minor matters? No, we'll get underway into our agenda and we'll just start with the confirmation of the minutes for 24th of June. Do I have a mover and a seconder? It's moved by Councillor Barker, seconded by Councillor Rokawa-Tate. It's on page 6. Do we have any corrections? No. I'll put that to the vote, that these are true and correct record. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? That's carried. We don't have any public forums, so we will go straight to our Head Start proposal. Now this is in your Stella in the late items agenda, just on page 3. And I'd like to invite Sam Fellows up to overview this report, and do also want to acknowledge that following his overview of the report, we will then invite our Te Aroha iwi chairs. We have Leif, Te Taru, also Te Riro Flavel here, to come up and then give a presentation on their report that they've also provided us. So may I please have a mover and a seconder to receive Head Start Potential Proposal Decision. That's moved by Councillor Lee, seconded by Councillor Barker. All those in favour to receive, please say aye. Thank you. And Sam, we'll hand over to you now.
Hatamari e te manukura e kai kanuhere e ngā mana whenua e ngā manuhiri tēnā koutou katoa. Good morning, Mayor, Councillors, Chief Executive, members of the public, iwi representatives and all our staff. So today's a pretty significant day for our Rotorua community, and I appreciate that it's a huge day for the types of decisions you all have to make as councillors, and pretty difficult as well. So before I speak to the report, I'll note one important procedural point from the outset. So the resolution today, and I'm sure that you've been made aware, has changed from the recommendation printed in the report. So the report now represents the fact that there are only really three viable options, and so those are to submit a head start based on the overall Bay of Plenty approach with three separate unitary councils, an Eastern Council, Western Council and Central Bay of Plenty Council, which would be Rotorua alone. The second option is not to submit to the Head Start or participate in the Head Start process and be subject to the government's backstop process if the legislation reflects the current policy intention. And the third is to continue to pursue the Part 3 reorganisation that we had started earlier in the year, noting that neither of the regional councils are supportive of this process. So before I begin, I want to acknowledge the amount of work that's gone into getting this matter to council today. So it's something that has been dumped on all of us, both staff, elected members, our community, our iwi partners and everyone else, and everyone's responded incredibly quickly. And what I've been really proud of is that throughout our whole community, our council, our staff, our iwi partners have responded to it really positively as well and seen the opportunities that it can have, which is unlike what most of the other country has done, and we've seen through the council meetings in the last few days. So firstly, a huge thanks to our community to be able to provide feedback in the very compressed timeframes. As we'll see in I think the presentations behind me and slash in front of me, and we'll get to it at the end, but we had a huge amount of feedback in those compressed timeframes, which is encouraging that so many people want to participate in these processes, and it's encouraging to moving towards the LTP and those other important matters that we have coming up. Thank you to the Mayor and the Chief Executive for their leadership through these complex times. It's been fast moving and uncertain, and the effort that they've put into working with their counterparts has meant that we have now got viable options moving forward, which is something that many other spaces across the country don't have, and particularly their work in the Bay of Plenty area has now meant that we have a viable Bay of Plenty option, which, as we've seen again from Taupo yesterday and other ones, are left with they don't have any other options left. So we've been fortunate that we're in this situation from their leadership. Thank you to the councillors for your engagement through the workshops, working through the decisions in what are difficult and uncertain times, and the feedback that you've given us throughout. I also want to acknowledge our internal teams. So they already have massive workloads, so they added this on top of it, and we didn't get fancy external consultants in or pay a whole bunch of money. They just went above and beyond to get everything we had. So they went, and in my view, the report provides a level of analysis that's much stronger than could reasonably have been expected in the short time frame. And as you can see from the report, if we had the other options available, I think it would have made quite a hard decision, and so probably almost fortunately we've have a limited number of options available to us now. Thank you also to the Rotorua NZ team for leading and contributing to the economic alignment and strategic fit work stream, and helping introduce us to other parts of the business community and our partners to understand where there was alignment. Huge thanks to Te Tātou o Te Tiaroa and the Te Aroa Iwi chairs for their report and the ongoing engagement and the mayoral working group. They were instrumental in arranging work with iwi partners around the region to ensure that it didn't just reflect a council staff perspective, but actually this reflects a broader iwi perspective, and they'll come and share with you so I don't accidentally say something incorrectly, and you can hear it from them first. And I also want to acknowledge the chairs of the Rural and Lakes Community, the Rural Community Board and the Lakes Community Board, Colin Guyon and Mitch Collins. They've been involved in the mayoral working group, and they've been important to ensure that moving forward, we'll make sure that those voices in our community are heard. So now that the thank yous are aside, the decision before us is whether Council should submit an outline proposal under the Head Start pathway by the 9th of August, or the other options. So turning to the options before Council, at the last meeting there are a wide range of options available, and the work since then has now shown that there's only those 3 viable pathways that we talked about at the start. So the first option, and I guess in my recommendation, is the option that's in the best interest of our community, is at page 37 of the report, and that's the Bay of Plenty wide proposal with 3 unitaries. It gives Rotorua the most active role in shaping the proposal now, while making it clear that Rotorua does not want to support an alternative Head Start configuration, including Rotorua, unless Council has approved it. The second and third options preserve different forms of caution or flexibility, but they carry the risk that Rotorua has less influence over what comes next. So now we'll move to the high-level analysis, and so this presentation is probably a lot shorter than it was a couple of weeks ago when we started working on it, now that we have narrowed it down to those 3 options. So firstly, in terms of the financial, so that's outlined at page 7 of your report. So the key message there really is no options was ruled out at that stage solely on financial sustainability grounds. As you can see through that part, that there was, they're all pretty close in what was happening. So the primary modelling indicated that all options are broadly financially sustainable. So the report is deliberately cautious of the finance work, noting that full financial due diligence can't happen in the time frame that we had. It relies on annual report information, 3-year averages, and a 30 June 2025 snapshot. It doesn't fully quantify the transition costs because there's no way of knowing that. It doesn't account for future inflation, interest rates, how we'll work with water reform, asset condition differences, service level harmonisation, or how we'd integrate the systems. Those matters would need to be addressed in any final reorganisation when we have more time and have the ability to consult our community. So I'll pass to David just for a second. So he'll talk about the regional council integration. So I think you were all in a meeting a couple of weeks ago with the regional council, and so they've provided some financial information. I'm sure David will touch on this. It's, in my view, it's a worst case scenario because the model that we're recommending is a model that still incorporates a body that will have a lot of the regional council functions. So those costs won't necessarily be passed on straight away. It will be, in my mind, and that will be to work through, will be a sort of transition body. So some of those functions would remain at a regional level, and functions that make sense to be at a local level could move to a local level. But I'll pass to David, who's a lot more articulate with finances than I am.
Good morning, Your Worship and elected members. Through the Chair, I briefly wanted to add some commentary around the financial analysis and the fact that when we've been doing this work, there are 2 dynamics at play. So firstly, we've been looking at the horizontal integration, combining Rotorua with other potential district or city councils for a horizontal dynamic. The other dynamic is the vertical, so combining the functions of regional council into Rotorua and how that might look and feel. So we have had some information provided from regional council that provided a view of the level of cross-subsidisation that occurs across the Bay of Plenty district. And what that shows is that currently the Bay of Plenty Regional Council spends a lot more money in Rotorua than it collects from us in rates. So for the current year that we are in, the Bay of Plenty Regional Council are budgeting to spend about $9 million more in Rotorua than they are collecting from us in rates. In any scenario where Rotorua assumes the functions of regional council, we'd need to work through that and make sure that we're delivering that in the most cost-effective manner possible. The other aspect of the regional council at play here is the impact of Quayside and the dividends that are passed through to Rotorua to bring down the cost of delivering services here. And in the current year we're in, the Bay of Plenty Regional Council are budgeting to allocate nearly $12 million of Quayside dividends to Rotorua. And should there be any future change to the way that Quayside or the dividends are allocated, there would be implications for the cost to deliver services of Regional Council in Rotorua. So, as Sam rightly points out, when we have looked at the horizontal integration, there is no, all possibilities were broadly viable. The conversation with the vertical integration with Regional Council are a lot more substantial for the conversation we're having here today.
Thanks, Mr. Jensen. And now I'll move away from that to the communities of interest section. So that's at page 12 of your report. Not that you necessarily need to follow along, but if you want to know where that is. The important point in this analysis is that Rotorua doesn't only point in one direction. So there's strong functional links towards Tauranga and Western Bay through labour, education and transport connection. And so option one responds to that by placing Rotorua in a wider Bay of Plenty package. That means that we can work closely with those neighbours. So it means that we're probably in a fortunate position that we could have gone multiple ways because we're in the centre of a lot of different areas. So that meant that it wasn't necessarily a simple ranking exercise. So Council is being asked across this to make a balanced judgment across all the criteria, and this isn't one that just meant we could decide. So the third one is iwi, Māori and treaty matters, and so that's at page 18 of the report. So mana whenua interests are central to this matter. So Rotorua has long-standing relationships with Te Arawa, including partnership arrangements, statutory and treaty obligations, and local government practices that are significant to Rotorua's identity and decision-making framework. Importantly, hapu, iwi, partners and post-settlement entities are important landowners in our area too, which contribute a lot to economic development and those types of things as well. So the feedback's emphasised the need to protect existing representation, co-governance arrangements, treaty settlement arrangements, catchment governance, Te Arawa relationships, statutory rights, and the principle of no diminution of existing arrangements. So option one is the option that most directly allows Rotorua to put these protections forward in our outline proposal, rather than leaving them to be worked through for others. And in the design process, that it'll be important to ensure that all of our partners are involved in that process so that those either flow through, or if there's a body that covers the whole of the Bay of Plenty, that those continue to be recognised as they are currently by mainly the Regional Council. So the fourth is the economic alignment and strategic fit. So that's at page 18 of the report. So the key point is that Rotorua's economy is not defined by one single relationship alone. So Rotorua has strong connections across the Bay of Plenty, including tourism, visitor flows, workforce, transport and supply chain relationships. It also has distinct economic identity based around tourism, forestry, geothermal activity, lakes, Māori enterprise, education, health and the Central North Island connections. So this, again, is probably one of those things. It means that the assessment's not simply about which neighbouring councils Rotorua has the strongest connection with, but it also supports Rotorua's long-term economic direction, prospects and its distinctive strengths. So on that basis, the report recognises that option one can support regional alignment while preserving Rotorua's strategic focus and economic identity through the Central Rotorua Unitary Authority. The fifth, local voice and representation, and so we'll talk a little bit about it when I talk about the engagement. So this is on page 25. This is one of the most important trade-offs when we're considering moving forward. So the analysis show that options involving Tauranga materially reduce Rotorua's relative representation, whereas the smaller balanced configurations generally retain representation that's closer to the current levels. So the report's overall conclusion is that local voice weighs against any option that substantially dilutes Rotorua's representation unless there's strong local safeguards. So that means really that any larger configuration would need to have deliberate local voice built into whatever that outcome was. So for the three options in front of Council now, option 1 doesn't reduce Rotorua's representation in any way than the earlier amalgamation would have. It also creates an opportunity through the bespoke Head Start legislation to seek stronger local voice and arrangements that currently exist now, an opportunity that's potentially not available to us if we participate in the Part 3 amalgamation. Amalgamation. And so sixth, the ability to deliver the government's priorities, and so that's at section 30 of the report, page 30 of the report. The report is clear that bigger is not automatically better. Wider Bay of Plenty options have strong scale and simplification arguments, but they also bring higher transition, treaty settlement, local voice and implementation complexity. Option 1 seeks to balance these matters by supporting a Bay of Plenty-wide reform response while retaining a Rotorua-focused unitary model with a stronger local voice and organisational deliverability for Rotorua. At the outline stage, the strongest proposal is likely to be one that's honest about what's known and what remains unsolved. The timeframe doesn't allow for full transition planning, final representation design, detailed financial due diligence, treaty settlement transfer design, asset and liability allocation or formal community consultation before the 9th of August date. This is why if Council chooses to submit, the proposal should be framed clearly and as preliminary and conditional. It should identify what must be worked through in detailed design, transition governance, regional functions, catchment management, transport, treaty settlement protection, iwi relationship transition, local voice, Māori representation, financial due diligence, water services, staff and systems transfer, and the support required from local government. I appreciate that's a long list, but those are all the things that we won't be able to get to now and we'll need to get to in that second phase. So ultimately, where does this leave Council? In my view, the report analysis supports option 1. Submitting that outline proposal would allow Rotorua to put forward a locally shaped position informed by community, iwi and stakeholder input, rather than leaving the district entirely to a later centrally designed process. The risks are real. Compressed timeframes, incomplete information, uncertainty about final legislation, limited formal consultation, partner council uncertainty and implementation complexity. But those risks can be mitigated by being explicit in any proposal as outline only and recording limits of those analysis, and by committing to further engagement and detailed design if Cabinet agrees in principle. The updated option 1 does that by putting Rotorua in a Bay of Plenty-wide regional response that's made up of 3 distinct unitary authorities, while also reserving Rotorua's position that it does not support any other Head Start configurations that don't include Rotorua Council approval. That approach doesn't remove the risk entirely, however. It puts Rotorua's preferred position clearly on the table and gives government a constructive, locally informed proposal to consider. And I'm sure that Councillor Lee, this will be something that you're interested in. So there's important legal risk qualification for Council to be aware of. The Head Start pathway has not yet been through effective legislation. Public statements by the Executive, as you've noted in previous meetings, do not by themselves change legal rights or obligations, as reflected in Fitzgerald and Muldoon. However, the present circumstances are materially different from that case. Head Start forms part of a published reform program that has been subject to consultation, Cabinet consideration, publicly released policy documents and defined implementation timeframes. While the final form of any legislation remains a matter for Parliament, there is presently no indication that Government intends to depart from the report form pathway announced. The proposed reform always needs to be understood in light of the constitutional relationship with local government and Parliament. Local authorities derive their powers and functions from legislation enacted by Parliament and must exercise those powers within the statutory framework in force at the time. Councils can make decisions and adopt policies within their lawful authority, but those decisions remain subject to later legislative change. If Parliament enacts legislation that alters the framework, that legislation will take precedence over local existing decisions or policy positions. There is a further eligibility risk with option 1. On one view, a proposal for a central Rotorua unitary authority could be challenged as not meeting the Head Start eligibility settings because Rotorua is not in that element of the proposal merging directly with another council. This risk is mitigated but not removed by advice from DIA, which is now MCERT, that the Rotorua proposal can be treated as eligible because it forms part of a wider Bay of Plenty proposal. It is also mitigated by the intended approach of submitting 3 separate proposals with a common covering letter, and the Western Bay and Eastern Bay proposals expressly recognising Central Bay / Rotorua as a unitary, as a separate but linked part of an overall regional package. If this issue is tested, the relevant argument is likely to be one over substance over form or substantial compliance. In broad terms, that principle supports the proposition that a process should not fail because its form is imperfect if it substantially meets the purpose and essential elements of the statutory policy framework. However, it's not a complete answer where an essential precondition hasn't been met. For that reason, the safer framing is that option 1 is submitted on the basis that it substantially gives effect to the intent of the Head Start pathway as part of an integrated Bay of Plenty reform package, while acknowledging that eligibility remains for government to confirm. Before I conclude, I want to briefly present the community engagement slides attached to the item. This presentation summarises the high-level themes from 2 rounds of engagement. Round 1 had, and I'll get to it now. Round 1 had 300 and, actually, sorry, I should actually read my notes around in there. Round 1 had 323 online submissions, and the Facebook poll involved over 2,000 individuals, casting 9,000 votes, and round 2 had 782 submissions made up over 771 participate surveys and 11 email submissions. So that's round 1s and 2. So the key themes were consistent. So in option 1 we had a preference of different areas, and they came out similar for option 2. And if we jump to the theme, so people concerned about protecting Rotorua's local voice and identity. Rates and financial risk were a key focus. The pace of the government process was a concern. Māori and iwi representation was seen as important. And in round 2, we talked about that we got people to rank the criteria. So the most important thing for people in the survey was financial health. Then, as you can see, local voice and political representation, communities of interest, economic alignment, mana whenua views and commitments, and the lowest ranked was the ability to deliver the government's priorities, which is probably not that surprising, that our community is not that focused on making sure that we deliver what the government says. I'll take the presentation as read as a high level, but I think the key message for Council in this is that the feedback is useful and important, but should not be overstated as a formal mandate. It's early engagement undertaken in the compressed time frame and it should inform Council's judgment, but it does not release the need for further engagement and formal consultation as the proposal progresses. So I'm happy to take any questions, but in closing, the decision today is not whether Council supports submitting the updated option 1 proposal now as part, the decision is not whether Council supports submitting, but that option 1 should be taken as supporting a 3-option Bay of Plenty package. The other option is, in my view, leaves the Rotorua's future position to be shaped through a later process which will potentially lead to less local influence and is not in the best interest of our communities. So happy to take those questions.
Thank you very much, Sam, for summarising that. What we're going to do is take questions on the council report and the brief that Sam's given us, and then after that we'll then welcome our Te Aroha Iwi chairs to present the report that they've also given us, and then an opportunity to take questions from them. Following that, there's then the opportunity for questions of our staff, if there's anything else that you need to clarify, and then we're open for discussion. So we'll take Councillor Patterson and then Sanford.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, thank you, Sam, for a very comprehensive report. Certainly interesting reading. You probably know what question I'm going to ask. The only time, and I have to tip my hat to the Te Tatau report, which is based upon the Huia Iwi and the Te Aroa Iwi chairs information. The only place in any of these documents where the protection of our existing Māori wards was mentioned was in their report. It's not mentioned in any of our reports. Given that we're aiming this potential motion is going to give us a central Bay of Plenty unitary authority, which is largely focused on Rotorua, which means basically what we have now. Why was there no mention of retaining our Māori wards and the structure that we have?
Yeah, so ultimately that wasn't probably, I guess, in the analysis it talked about which areas had Māori wards and those types of things, so it didn't substantially change the analysis, but knowing that you were going to ask this question, it was one of the discussions that we had at the mayoral forum on Friday, is that ensuring that when in our proposal, and I'm happy for you to, well, actually you can do whatever you'd like, it doesn't matter whether I'm happy with it or not, but my suggestion would be either in the council resolution to include a resolution that we ensure that when we become, or if we become a unitary authority, that the current Māori wards are protected, but we'll also have taken on board the feedback. So my intention, if we moved forward, would to be ensure that that was included in part of the overall proposal, which I felt was the more appropriate place to deal with it than the council report.
Thank you for that. So technically we could say that we are adhering to the binding referendum.
Yes, correct. And that will be something that will be in the outline proposal. But also, if you want to ensure full protection, you could include that as part of the resolution. You know, as an addition to the resolution, that we ensure that any proposal submitted includes protection of those. But you'll have an opportunity to review that submission before it goes anyway.
Thank you.
Through you, Your Worship, if I might just jump in and add to what Mr. Fellows has said, that question of yours and this line of questioning is materially simpler based on the proposed recommendation, because if we stay with the central Bay of Plenty Rotorua unitary, then it's up to us to define the governance arrangements that go forward. That the protection of Māori wards based on the referendum is absolutely something we would document in the proposal. We've just been working through the mechanism by which we give elected members visibility of that proposal, and so you will see that it is well documented in there. To answer your first question, why is it not covered in the analysis? And the reason is that we didn't see that as something that was comparable between two options. It's just something we needed to document in the final proposal. So it's not a decision point, it's an action point.
Thank you.
Councillor Sanford.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Sam, for the report, and thank you to everyone that's contributed to the material. It's been incredibly helpful and it's comprehensive. My question was in terms of us making our proposal preliminary and conditional, I think are the words. Has there been any update from MCERT or DIA? Because they've previously indicated that if our proposal is accepted by Cabinet, then there's no off-ramp. So where are they sitting in that?
So I'll pass to the Chief Executive on that point.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Sanford. I think Mr. Fellow's comments were not preliminary, they were outline, because I think that's the terminology we're using. It'd be an outline proposal. And certainly conditional is something we can determine in the drafting of the proposal. To your question around whether there's an off-ramp, the advice from DIO officials, now MCERT, is that effectively there isn't one unless we write one in. So in the drafting, if this council views it as essential that we preserve the ability to exit from our outline proposal should the due diligence process through the detailed design change our view materially, then we would need to be explicit about writing that in. That sounds like a good idea. However, the flip side of it is officials have also advised us that the more of those conditions and off-ramps they are, the less acceptable it is likely to be to Cabinet. So it's a trade-off opportunity that we need to consider. And again, in the drafting of the proposal, that'll be important to get that balance right.
And I think probably to touch on the Chief Executive's point in answer to the previous question, it also substantially changes that with the options that we have available to us now. So us being on a central Rotorua unitary probably changes lots of those risks that we were looking at mitigating before, because we actually already know our own books and all of those types of things. It'll probably be how does the Bay of Plenty organisation, whether it's a CCO or a whatever, look like, which would probably be where any fishhooks might be.
Thank you. Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you, Sam, and to the team for the comprehensive information in this report that was done in such a compressed timeframe. And also I'd just like to thank the iwi chairs and Te Tātou for their report as well, which has been really helpful as well to add extra context to what we're trying to grapple with here. You'll find your comments just then are probably where I'm going to head to, which is when Mr. Jensen was talking about the financial information, the vertical integration is probably going to be a lot more impactful for us, considering we have to deliver across the region, the regional functions. And you mentioned that this potential structure might include a body that would deliver the regional council functions. Has there been any real thought or ability to say what that might be? I know, what does it look like for Rotorua in that process?
Yeah, so that would be something that would need to be fleshed out in the second phase. So high level, my understanding, and the Chief Executive of the Mayor can correct me, is that the plan is to have a transitional body, whether it's a CCO or something like that, that delivers much of those regional council functions as those functions start to get integrated. So functions that would make sense to be in one or multiple of those unitaries might transition, but functions that make sense to be delivered across the region would likely stay in that, and vice versa. Functions that exist now in each of the unitaries, not that they exist as unitaries at the moment, but might be better delivered at scale at a regional level, would probably move into that organisation. So that will become almost a shared services CCO or something similar, but particularly with catchment management and those types of things that cross boundaries, no matter what arrangement that we went into, probably, in my view, would be best delivered by that organisation. And it also means that we reduce the risk of any important functions getting missed or forgotten about as they transition into those unitaries. So it would serve as a transitional board, but I imagine a transitional organisation, but I imagine would exist into the future to deliver those things that exist across the region. That's my interpretation of it, but I'm happy to pass to the Chief Executive.
Thank you, Mr. Fellow. So, Councillor Barker, as the CFO has explained, there are two things going on here. There's horizontal integration, which is amalgamation of territorial authorities, and across the Bay of Plenty, of course, there's the western one that is having discussions around amalgamation. Obviously, their final decisions are next week, and the same in the east. Primarily, the bandwidth and the efforts of certainly chief executives and staff have been around those conversations because they're the much more immediate ones that need to be resolved for the outline proposals. We are very clear, though, that if we get through this gate, it's vital that we have some coordinated discussions about what the vertical integration looks like, because it's, again, by the time the final proposals are due in March, we will need to have substantially more detail on how the vertical integration will be done from a rating perspective, but also from a delivery perspective. As the CFO has highlighted, the figures at the moment show a large deficit for Rotorua ratepayers to pick up. Across some cross-unitary discussions, is there an opportunity for some of that to be smoothed out to reflect the fact that users from around the Bay of Plenty use the lakes, for example, use the mountain bike paths, use a lot of the facilities that exist in Rotorua, but actually exist for the benefit of the wider Bay of Plenty residents. We don't know those answers to those questions, and they absolutely need to be worked through. The reason we don't have a lot of detail on that is because the other councils have been having a much more urgent conversation, which is how is amalgamation dealt with in the east and the west. And then in the next phase of the proposal, we would need to be clear about how those regional functions are shared across the unitaries.
Thank you. And a further question, if I might. It leaves quite a big gap in information for us to understand, which is quite a substantial risk, in my opinion. But you mentioned, actually it might have been Sam mentions the catchment management, and I'll just flag here that the bottom half of our district is a Waikato catchment. And so it's going to be interesting integrating the management of that catchment in a Bay of Plenty model. Has there been any real thought or time? I'm probably, again, the same answer will apply. There probably hasn't been the time to address that.
No, Councillor, no, there hasn't been the time to address it, but it's. I just want to assure you that that is clearly something that we understand is important and needs to be addressed, by the time the final proposals go in March next year. But we will indicate a pathway for how that might be addressed in the outline proposal as well.
Thank you.
And if I can just explain a bit more the discussions that have been happening at a mayor and CE level. And I never thought that I'd see a headline with my face in it. Bro, why? But it has just been so difficult for us, especially in central areas where we border multiple different regions, multiple different councils, and how we make sure that at all levels, catchment, economy, community, the mergers or amalgamations make sense. So regarding the question on, there's the Kaituna catchment, there's the Tarawera Awa catchment, and then also there's the Waikato River catchment. So that was hence the purpose of the original discussions, looking at us, Taupo and South Waikato, so that it captures that side of the Waikato River, understanding that there always was a desire from some in the community and also iwi leaders that maybe they wish to have the whole catchment, is maybe the intention with us with the Kaituna catchment. So unfortunately, with the complexity in the Waikato and the many councils and the uncertainty there that's still ongoing, I think that's why we've seen, South Waikato depart, Taupo not having enough time to decide what they want to do. So what I would say is, for the meantime, we remain focused on the Bay of Plenty region, the Kaituna, potentially the Tarawera Awa catchment, and up until a time that Taupo and or South Waikato want to discuss minor boundary adjustments, so that those in the community areas that feel they may affiliate or identify more with another region other than the Bay of Plenty, but that's all discussions that will come in phase 2, and the discussions that I've had with mayors on the Waikato side and much more on the Bay of Plenty side. You will see also that in submitting the Head Start proposal, we'll do that as the Bay of Plenty region, and there's a cover letter to that agrees to a few principles, including the minor boundary changes if both territorial authorities agree, so that principle of willingness. But also Taupo and or South Waikato are not actually mentioned in that Bay of Plenty proposal. So right now, because of where we've landed, we're just locking in with the Bay of Plenty region itself. So currently no commitment to the Waikato catchment.
Thank you, Bishop. Actually, my question was more around the management of that catchment, to be honest, because that will be the question that the people who live in that catchment will be wanting to understand is how do those 3,900 people factor into this arrangement? How does the Te Aroha River Iwi Trust arrangements, the Waikato River Authority, all those things will just need to be part of any paper that goes forward. Thank you.
Yes, certainly. Thank you very much. We're still open for questions. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just Councillor Barker's question is similar to what I was thinking of regarding the current charges that Bay of Plenty Regional Council levy on all of the Bay of Plenty to pay for enhancement of our lakes. So would that naturally mean that that would flip to us to administer? And if that's true in this process, how would we go about somebody in Whakatane getting a bill from us for a charge that they're going, what the hell am I being charged this for, from Rotorua? So we'd have to find a structure to manage that, wouldn't we?
Yeah, you're right. We do need to find a structure to manage that. And the Government Cabinet has been clear that this step before the 9th of August is just submitting whether or not we wish to be in a Head Start proposal. Then if they see that there's logic to it, they will approve in September. That time following September is the opportunity for us to further flesh out that work. What I want to say though, it is absolutely phenomenal what our staff have managed to do in that short time frame, and the financials that they've managed to collect to give us the confidence of why we are today talking about just Rotorua. So although I will admit sometimes the information from a regional level has not been forthcoming as quickly as we hoped, there have been some very, very long hours that our staff have done to at least give us an indication, which is why we know we could potentially be $9 million short. So from a regional level, the next phase would be working through what services do we want to administer at a sub-regional level, which for us would just be us, and then what would work across the region. And those are all discussions that we've not yet had time to look at, but I know our CEs have prioritised catchment, transport, and also regional spatial planning in the meantime. And then we'll get to the, I think there's like 30 different functions in there, so I hope that provides some more information.
Thank you. So,
and I can just to, through you, Your Worship, just to clarify for people from Whakatane who might be concerned they'll get a rates bill from us, that's certainly nothing in any of the proposals or in the cover letter indicates that a unitary authority would have rating power over residents and properties outside of its boundaries. So that isn't been contemplated, discussed, or drafted.
Right. So just subsequent question then that won't be addressed in the report that's coming next week?
I don't believe so. No, it won't be. If anything, Councillor, it would be a discussion amongst should the Head Start proposal be accepted by government and the whole of Bay of Plenty across the 3 proposed unitaries be accepted into the Head Start program, it would need to be a discussion through that detailed design phase. And okay, I won't get into all of the details, but just give you a glimpse of the trade-offs. If the degree of cross-subsidisation that happens at the moment wished to continue, then typically, if I go back to the 1760s without with taxation comes representation. So there would need to be some shared governance that sits over the top of any shared funding. Typically, that's the principle. So and you can see how that starts to get more complex. So it would be a question to be resolved through that detailed design phase. But be assured, we will not be committing anything that complex in the outline proposals.
Thank you.
Councillor Kawate?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tēnā koe, Sam. In your kōrero, you mentioned actually quite a few areas that are not included or have yet to be worked through at some stage. So at some stage, that could well then affect the financial viability of any of the options that we might be looking at. I don't know if you'd care to mention them again, but they were quite substantial. I don't think you mentioned them under risk, but you certainly mentioned a number there. And they weren't small either, they were...
Yeah, so there are a number of things that in the short time frame that we won't know, and those are probably a couple of the points talked about previously, and so those are things that we'll need to work on moving forward. I think the probably risk and opportunity that we face with this is that we're probably going to have to steer down the barrel of that regardless, whether that's us choosing to move forward with it or it happening to us. Either way, I think those risks will become, I guess if the government remains the same and if the legislation's passed and those types of things, it'll either happen to us or we'll get to guide the process. And so my view is that we reduce the risk by being actively involved in the process than rather having it happen to us and potentially others offload some of those things to us before we get the opportunity to do that. So I think I'll pass to the Chief Executive. I think he's got a further addition to that.
Thank you. Councillor, as you've rightly pointed out, there are a number of areas of significant financial impact that we need to work through. If we learn from the examples of the Auckland Council amalgamation, for example, just shifting the regional council functions into TAs does nothing to reduce the overall burden. And so rearranging how these things are delivered will not solve the fundamental funding challenge that we have. The opportunity, as Mr. Fellows has said, is in this proposal to seek out those additional potential revenue streams or de-risking of liabilities that come with the regional council assets, for example, or services. Now, we've got some idea of services, and that's been indicated what that deficit is, but we don't have, for example, a detailed understanding of the liabilities that come with regional council assets into a central Rotorua unitary authority, which then our ratepayers would pick up the future liabilities for. We also don't understand necessarily any legal liabilities that currently exist that we might need to. So again, those things are ones for us to work through the detailed design phase.
Thank you, and welcome to Councillor Timara Benfell. We hope your speaking engagement went well, and quite impressive you managed to be in two places at once, so we did note that you were online for a period there. What I'm going to do is I'll just take one final question from Councillor Lee. Our iwi partners are patiently waiting, so I'd like to get them up next to give their presentation, but there will be an opportunity following that to ask Charua some questions, and then back to our staff following that too. So we'll make sure that you have all your questions answered before we put this to the vote. Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. I just wanted to thank you, Sam, and your staff for putting this report together in the way that you have, and for addressing my concerns concerning the legal advice that we received from Simpson Grierson. I'm pretty comfortable with that in the context of the proposal that's in front of us today. We're not going to be amalgamating, so just want to thank you for addressing that for me. Cheers.
Thank you. Well, it's now my pleasure, thank you, Sam, now my pleasure to welcome our Te Aroha Iwi chairs. We have one of our co-chairs, Leith Comer, and also Te Taru White. So joining us in the audience as well is Kayla and Jude, whom we know from Te Tatua Te Aroha, and also a big welcome to Mel from the Rotorua Business Chamber. And it was great to actually connect with the Business Chamber early on to share with them these Head Start proposals and get some initial feedback. And we do acknowledge and thank you for helping to share the survey so we can get as much as possible feedback from our community. So thank you very much, Mel. So, tēnā koutou, ngā rangatira o Te Aroha, nau mai hoki mai, and we now hand over to you.
E te manakura, tēnā koe e rewa. Well done on all your accolades. Tēnei te mihi ki a koutou ngā rangatira katoa. Thank you for the opportunity, and every time I've started, I've impressed upon the Mayor our thanks for your decision to include us in this process. We understand that we're not part of the decision-making process, but we feel as though we've got something to say and we'd like our views to be taken into consideration when you are making your decisions. We are going to end up in the same place as you have started, because your option 1 was about option F when some of these initial. So what I'd like to do, I think Wally Homerhau's in Wellington, but he'd like to join us. And I'm going to ask Wally we're going to talk very quickly through the 4 options that we are presenting and why they are, but we're going to end up in option number 4, which is very much aligned to what Sam has told you. So can we get Wally on? And Wally, kia koe, can you talk about option 1, please?
Tēnā rā koutou katoa, ka nui te miha te kia koe e te upo o te kaunihera. me Tania, me ngā mema o te kaunihira, no reira tēnā koutou katoa. Look, thank you, Sam. I thought that was a really great presentation, given the length and breadth of the work that we've covered and the extensive consultative meetings that we've had thus far. I think it's important to understand that the Te Arawa Iwi chairs did a really intensive deep dive into considering what 4 models would look like across the region, which needed to take place to give us the best option in the final analysis. So we did talk about Mai Makatu ki Tongariro and making a statement about the actual waka. So from Makatu through to Waitaha, Tapuika, Rotorua, through to Tongariro, and taking in part of the Tarawera catchment, and also having Ngāti Raukawa on board with us. We considered those options, but of course it was dependent on those iwi voices getting back to their councils and deciding on which council that they would, in the end, join. So that model was really well covered as one of our preferred options around the deliverables, but again, we landed, having gone through that model and the other 3, we landed on option 4, which I think, Sam, was your option 1, and the formation of a regional unitary authority, which was what we considered to be the most transformative opportunity around Tauranga Eastern and Rotorua, co-led alongside iwi as equal partners, and also embedding our treaty partnerships at the heart of regional leadership. I think this was the opportunity, as you've talked about in the economic space, the opportunity for us to unlock full economic and social potential of within our region, and also taking on board iwi as a strong economic partner in co-governance to shape what we consider to shape a future that would be prosperous, inclusive and enduring. So what the chairs decided, it was time now for us, in the opportunity that's been presented, to move well beyond consultation towards genuine collaboration. And so working together to build a region that would look at our shared aspirations, responsibilities, roles, etc. So that positioned us to then think of the 3 regions joining forces to look at what unity looks like from a regional approach, economies of scale, stronger regional voice, and looking at the enhanced planning and resilience, spatial planning, climate adaptation, etc., disasters, and also direct iwi engagement, and also having Māori governance considerations in the co-design, co-governance piece. Te Arawa came up with 5 bottom lines that were non-negotiable in our view, but I guess everything is open to having a conversation and a discussion, but it was important in the first instance that we got the direction from our people within Te Arawa to say what's important to you. And of course, what was important to Te Arawa was our rangatiratanga, partnership model, representation, equivalency, resource management, etc., direct engagement. So I won't go on, but those were the opening comments from our iwi chairs, and I have to thank you, Mayor, Your Worship, Tania, for the way that you've engaged and been open to the conversations that have given confidence to our people that change is in the air. And I think change can only be good for all of us with the cooperation and collaboration that's taken place thus far. So thank you. Lee, back to you.
Thank you, Wally. Coming back to option 1, the key to option 1 was we were looking in this regional dynamics of who could we work with in terms of iwi. And we decided that one option was to go back to our saying, Mai Makatu ki Tongariro. And so we went to see if we could get all of the iwi in that waka together. So that's why we did that. The second option, Tari, you want to talk about? No, the second one, yeah. Haurua.
Ngā mihi ki a koe te marekura me koutou hoki ngā mema o te kaunihira. Me koutou hoki ngā mema tautoko o te kaunihira. Kei te mihi ata ki a koutou e mihi ana ki a koe hoki i Chair. Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. The Waka Haurua model was where we walked across the boundaries to our cousins next door in Mātātua, because we already do business with them, we already have a strong legacy with them, and we welcome that opportunity to talk and work together and create that level of scale and cooperation across the boundaries. When we look at where we sit as Mai Makatui ki Tongariro, obviously Western Bay have leapt across Tauranga and they have Makatu and Waihi in their domain. And of course that creates some issues for Te Arawa because it actually intersects our jurisdiction and our participation. Long story short, we did get into the Waihi estuary and maintain some dominance and control over that, and solutions for that positively as Te Arawa. So there is cooperation that can happen across that space. Equally with Mātātua, we have the CNI settlement, which we have a significant part as well as Te Arawa and with Mātātua. We also have the geothermal opportunity. So the economic dynamics across those boundaries is very strong. And if I think about this current government, the economics will count in the measure of things and how everything stacks up. So it makes some real sense, this wakahaurua. I'm not saying, unfortunately, there's work to be done in that space, but our Mātātua cousins, Whakatane, Kawerau and Apotiki, seem likely to deem to go with themselves in that space. Obviously, it doesn't stop cooperation across the boundaries because our economics still borders across that dynamic. So the wakahaurua model, we have just settled ourselves on the Mai Makatui ki Tongariro option. At the moment, if I can make a very brief comment on that, the hull of the waka of Te Arawa, the tākere of the waka is Rotorua, the domain. If you look at the fact that the kei of the waka, which is down south, the Tu Whare Toa, is not there. Neither is the tauihu of the waka, the prow of the waka, where we landed in Makatu. Without the prow and the bow, it's very hard to sail our waka into the future. So, but I can tell you this. The fact that our solution is on the table, our suggestions is on the table, is there for prosperity. It will always be referenced for Te Arawa as Mai Makatui ki Tongariro. We participate, it is there. Whatever happens in that decision, obviously we're opting and looking at option F4, whatever it is now, option 1 in your book, but option 4. So we're open to that discussion, very much so. But I want to also acknowledge, Your Worship, the effort of our Te Arawa operational team. He pulled together that document that is before you. Sensational job. It's in a sprint that should have been a marathon. They pulled it together. I also want to acknowledge the secretarial support of the Tātou o Te Arawa, which has a partnership with the Council, and Kayla and Jude want to acknowledge you very much so. But the talent that is unveiled within Te Arawa, particularly amongst our, dare I say, our wahine toa, our men were there, but they're very, very strong, and it augurs well for the future. This won't go away. Whatever happens, whatever decisions are made, I can guarantee you that Mai Makatui ki Tongariro, the waka of Te Arawa, will remain strong. And this document we put on the table is signalling that. Kia ora tātou.
So here again, we wanted to work with others. We particularly wanted to work with Eastern Bay.
Put your mic on, just for online. Thank you.
It's on. Oh, here we go. But none of the councils wanted to work with us on that particular model. And that's becoming a bit of a theme which I'm going to raise shortly. The third option was Rotorua standing alone, and we support that, but I'm not sure the government will support that of Rotorua being the only unitary authority to take over the Bay of Plenty Regional Council, which is never the intention, but we needed to get the other councils together, and that's why I'm pleased we've all ended up with 3 specific districts or unitary authority, West, East and Rotorua. So we support that, as now we'll use the same language as you. That will be our number 1 option. However, the challenge to us all is the next stage, because we have to work out how we're going to make this happen. I think we've got the unitary authorities right in those distribution, but how do we regionalise this model? What are the things that we need to do as a region? And there are some significant things that we can't do in individual district unitary authority. And that's the bit, we produced this paper late last night, which you've got a copy of, not it's as a proposal, but to give you an idea of the sorts of things that needs to think about appearing in that regional space. How do we do the regional spatial planning, or getting the three unitary authorities together to work out roading, or issues like climate change or civil defence? Who takes on those responsibilities that have been hitherto taken over by the regional council? So all I can say is we support the three unitary authorities, and we want to be involved in the co-designing of that regional space, because that's where I think our combined intellectual effort needs to take place. So thank you.
Your Worship, the Mayor, if I may just comment and add to that, the three districts, the east, the west and the central bodes well still for my Makatū ki Tongariro philosophy of bringing that continuum into the mix as well. Kia ora tātou.
Kia ora, thank you very much. And you also had done more incredible work and left a document which we've just received this morning. So we'll send this around. We'll pass it around the councillors. It's not for decision making, this one, but it is just also some further suggestions on a proposed structure around the Bay of Plenty and how that could.
Can I make one more comment about that? That came from our hui, where we had people from the super city there talking about some of the ways that they've got mana whenua together, or various groupings, and we just put that forward for some of the things now we've got to turn our mind to.
Excellent.
Thank you. And Willie, I'll just check if you have any final comments as well.
Oh, look, I think, again, it's been a sprint, as Taru has pointed out, but I think if we could get some commitment, we've already given our commitment to endorse our option for your option one in terms of the detail, the designs, so on and so forth, subject to Te Arawa's bottom lines being non-negotiable. Now, I don't think that's a major hurdle. I think it's just part and parcel of what a new design looks like. And I think that detail would be covered in phase two, which would be quite a robust discussion given our catchment areas. But the unitary model that we've landed on, much like yourself, then takes into all the alignment of our boundaries, and particularly our treaty settlements. So I think it makes the most sense that we navigate our way forward with, with the three regions, and then we don't have to relitigate any issues around our treaty settlements, but uphold. So yeah, thank you, and thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Everyone's happy to open up for questions now? Okay, are there any questions? Councillor Lee?
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. Thank you for your presentation and your reports, folks. Appreciate that. I am not allergic to our district extending and following the Kaituna catchment. And I'm just wondering at this stage whether we're getting a little ahead of ourselves in the current process. I think we have quite a special opportunity actually with this particular Head Start proposal to solve central government's problems in the Bay of Plenty with this proposal. It may not be technically, eligible, but there's certainly a very good argument that this proposal will get past the ministers. So I'll be asking my colleagues shortly if they would be inclined to put that matter of boundary adjustments aside for today's purposes, so that we end up presenting to the minister a nice, simple proposal and make it easy for the minister to say, tick, Bay of Plenty solved. And I think perhaps in the detailed design stage would be the time that we can go into potential boundary changes at that stage, I was wondering whether you might be agreeable or have a comment on that line of thought.
I think that's very sensible, because the changes will need agreement between Western Bay and ourselves. We haven't got that agreement. We've got an indication from the iwi that they would prefer to sort of come under the Mai Makatu ki Tongariro. But what I'm saying is there's a lot of work to be done on squaring away responsibilities, squaring away the functions that each of those separate unitary bodies are going to have, and what do we do about the regional impact. So I don't think that we should be signalling complex boundary changes or difficulties like that at this early stage, except to say that we'd be prepared to sort of work through them.
Great, thank you very much.
And I might just get the Chief Executive just to provide some context on future opportunities, if there are, because obviously we don't want to lose the opportunity of meeting what later when we get time to do community consultation and the feedback that comes from them. So we're fortunate to have a high-level position right now, but the details yet to come. So just regarding boundary changes and how we could do that in future.
Yeah, I think, thank you, Your Worship, through you, just to echo what you've both said, this process is complex enough as it is. There's already an established process which exists in law, and I don't see why that would change through this Head Start process for two councils to discuss and agree boundary adjustments between themselves, whether those councils are unitary authorities or territorial authorities. So, maybe my advice would be if complex topics that don't have to be solved through Head Start could be left alone for a subsequent decision that probably makes everything a bit tidier and easier. So I just wanted to reassure you that, in my view, those processes for dealing with them exist later. It's not like if we miss this bus, we can never do it again. Whereas becoming a unitary authority is a bit like that bus that doesn't come around very often.
And I do just want to note that just based on the changing landscape in the past few days, one of the recommendations that we'll put forward is that although we're looking at just Rotorua, we're also looking to confirm that if we're required to amalgamate, if just Rotorua as part of a wider region isn't enough, what our preference may be, and then that's where we could also include Taupo and or the Kaituna catchment, but that will be up for debate very shortly. So now we'll go to Councillor Timera Benfell and then Councillor Barker.
Ai, tēnā koe e te manukura. Te arawa mā ngai nui upoko tū takitaki. Tēnei e mihi kaupatu ana ki a koutou, mō nā hua I puta, mō nā whakaro rangatira o koutou ki te tautoko I tēnei kaupapa tāhua. Having just come from the National Conference of Māori elected members, you do a lot of reflecting, and I just reflect on the generosity of thought, of mātauranga, of resources and of time that Te Arawa have given to this kaupapa. So I just wanted to start there and to mihi to you both, and to Wally as well, for being the kanohi of your rōpū, and we know the many ringaro pā behind the scenes that have made this kaupapa, so kaupapa come together. So mihi ana kia kōrua, kia koutou, motira kia rātou anō hoki. Having been part of the process from start to finish and with all the wānanga and Iwi Chairs Forum hui, my question was more regarding the process and the structures that we've created to actually solve or come up with the solutions for this kaupapa. In your thinking or in your opinion, do you think that this is a structure or a style of working that we should carry forward into other kaupapa? Because I think Head Start is one, Head Start is a kaupapa, that's the kaupapa of now that we're discussing. But personally, I found it really, really quite trailblazing, actually, the way that we've worked together, and especially hearing from all across the country about how the gaps that there are across the country. I think it's been an exemplar of working together. So I just wanted to get your whakaaro on, is it, if this is something, a style of working that we should and continue to carry moving forward into the future for other kaupapa.
I think what it shows is that when Te Arawa wants to, it can get together and make some sense. But we wouldn't want to do this all the time. You know, we have real jobs, and this is really expensive in terms of time and resources. So I don't think that we need to have a permanent entity ready to sort of come to the. Well, we do need resources, and we can show that when the kaupapa is right, and we need to come together, we can. But I think that's as far. You know, I chair Ngāti Rangitihi. I spend a lot of my time at that level, and you'll find around the room people here spending a lot of time at their hapu or iwi level. So to come together as a waka should be one-off special occasions.
If I might add to that as well, the call for unity within iwi katoa across the country is getting stronger. You know, we all know from an economic perspective, which is what would attract the government to many conversations, $126 billion worth of assets is nothing small. And actually it was $9 billion in 2001 and a little bit more in 2017. Now it's $126 billion and growing, dare I say. Much of that would have been done individually, not collectively. So basically the call for collectivity is coming through to basically harness collectively our assets. Within Te Arawa, for example, I'll give you a small example, the Waihi Estuary, and I've been chair of that particular space for the last 4 or 5 years, brought 5 iwi together collectively, who actually were arguing over mana for the estuary itself, actually. But the idea was, can you put your tyre house aside while we actually look to the value of cleaning up the estuary? Kei te Paitea, they did that. And it actually is very, very successful, having completed the job on time and on budget. The point that I'm making here is that there's a revival of that need to root collectively, and this is a classic example as well. Coming together very quickly, a sprint, not a marathon, and done the job. And I think a very, talented group of people, which is really encouraging, coming together like that. Not just iwi leaders, they fed the iwi leaders. We developed their final envelope, manufactured from their ability and capability that was brought together as a real collective. And I want to thank them very sincerely for that, because it has actually given a view of the future for us as a people, as a culture, as a place. Because we do believe what is good for the iwi, and they do the thing right, the community will benefit. That's our position on it. Kia ora.
Can I just, quick aside, we had a tamana or Ngāti Rangitihi meeting yesterday, Meripeka, and guess what was high on the agenda? Where $300,000 would be in deficit if we continue to do the work that we're currently doing. And so we're all challenged by the work level and the resources that we've got. So I think that's a challenge for us all.
Thank you very much. We've got questions now from Councillor Barker and then Councillor Patterson, and we will look to take a short break at 11, which is coming up in just over 10 minutes. Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Me Tapsell. Thank you, Leith, Te Taru, Kayla and Wally online. It's great to have you here this morning, and thank you for the collective work. As I mentioned earlier, it's really impressive what you've put together in such a compressed time frame. I'm going to test your collective intellectual capacity and look at your draft, which I've just quickly scanned, and ask for your view on, perhaps, if you've thought about it, about what a regional level body would look like, because it was mentioned earlier as a mechanism to deliver the regional functions. Was any particular thought? I see the structure here, but the actual body itself, what it could look like?
There are a number of options for somebody to take over the regional responsibilities. You could nominate one of the 3 entities to do that extra stuff, and that's by agreement amongst the entities, and that's probably a way of doing it. Or you've got to create something separate that the 3 contribute to make those. But there needs to be a specific function that enables regional decisions to be made.
Thank you.
And, I think there's some good brains around the table that can think about that.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I do really appreciate that, as well as bringing together all the iwi leaders from around the region, you also managed to bring in iwi leaders and those who were part of establishing the council super city, the actual transition of it. So I know that what you've proposed in here is similar to the lines of what has been seen as a successful model in Auckland as well. So we appreciate the thought process gone into that. We'll now go to Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. Just a very quick question to clarify the position. So my understanding is that you're supportive of our option 1, forming the 3 unitary authorities in the Bay of Plenty region. However, would I be also correct in saying that your ultimate goal, long term, however long it might take, would be mai maketu ki Tongariro?
No, I think that the mai maketu ki Tongariro is a symbol of us wanting to work together, and that will always be the way that we want to approach things. So what that should drive the 3 unitary authorities to look at is how can they work together to bring the benefits people are suggesting from regional behaviour and acting that will affect us all. So mai maketu is important, but what is important now is how do we put the regional cap on the 3 unitary authorities that we have agreed to.
Can I put a bit of a twist on that? Mai maketu ki Tongariro is who we are, and that identity is never going to be lost. We sailed here on that waka, we will continue to sail in that waka. It will not be redistributed artificially. It'll always stay in our hearts and minds that that's who we are. And that's really important as a people, as a culture of this place, that we remain with dignity, that we can continue to share with dignity, and that's where we are at. Kia ora.
Kia ora, thank you.
My little aside about mai maketu ki Tongariro is I don't think we need to remind people that Ngā Taruirangi actually got off the Arawa Waka at Maratā and started his journey to Tongariro. Now, I'm delighted that the Mayor now is including the Tarawera Awa catchment, so thank you for that.
You remind me every time, Leith. But thank you very much. But this is where the richness of our history, our people, our community, and the way that we have moved and changed over time is just able to not only be brought to life and remembered, but also honoured in a way that we can continue to remain united as people as well. So thank you. And I do refer to all people in our communities. So we've got perhaps a final question from Councillor Maxwell, and let me know if there's any further, and then we'll wrap up.
Thank you, te manakura. Tuatahi ki te miho kia koutou. Close, okay. I want to acknowledge the mahi that you all have done up, to now, and also the very professional presentation and clarity, clear to me. So thank you, our presenters who have mana in our Te Arawa collective. For me also, I want to acknowledge our Te Tātou o Te Arawa committee, and money well spent that we support. My partai, my question is, if your preferred, we're still got to make our decision soon, but if they align, and I heard you say earlier, Leith, I thought it was so true, us together. If that, can you give us your feeling, how you feel that would work better than we hope? But if you can give us your feelings on that before we close for the break. Kia ora.
I'd like you to give you confidence that you should make a decision. And I think the recommendation being given is to have 3 unitary authority makes sense, because we're talking about the whole of the Bay of Plenty region. And so I haven't heard anything from your side or ours that would not have me say, let's move forward with confidence. We've got some challenges. That was the point that I was making. This isn't, whatever Sam was presenting or what we're presenting is not the final product. It's just the bare bones of a framework that we can say to government, this is the way we want to shape it up. But we've got some really challenging and interesting decisions about how do we put a regional cap on what are three distinct unitary authority. So Te Arawa is very supportive of hopefully you making a decision to put something forward, and we support your option one.
Can I just also add, Councillor, that there's certainly no intent whatsoever to jump off this waka. We will be working together, and that's our intent, and open up ourselves to the conversations.
I can also acknowledge my whanaunga down there in Wellington, if he's still with us. Wally?
Babysitting.
Oh, he's babysitting. I'm going to have a coffee with Chris Bishop. Yeah.
O komotu ngā pātai, e whakaro tino rangatira, ko puta mai ine rangatira o te kaunihira, o te aroa hoki. He whakaro tino rangatira, he whakaro pai. I just wanted to say that I think some of the, how do I translate that? I think some of the thoughts and what has been said today is of real leadership status, and I want to acknowledge that that's from both the council side and the Te Arawa side. Nō reira he mihi mai o haki a koutou ki te noho tahi ki tō kaunihira, ki tō whare, so I do want to greatly acknowledge you for sitting alongside us in this journey, alongside your council and your council chambers as well. So thank you very much. We're going to take a short break now. Before we do that, or just, formalities, we just need to receive the report. I missed that one earlier, sorry, too focused on the finish line. So can I please have a mover and a seconder? Thank you. That's moved by Councillor Patterson, seconded by Councillor Temera Benfeld, that the report, Te Arawa Iwi Chair's Head Start report, verbal update, be received. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? That's carried. Thank you. So let's come back at 11:10, and we'll then see if there's any final questions for our staff, and then we'll move into discussion before a vote. Thank you. Thank you very much for that short break. So we'll continue with our Head Start outline proposal discussion. So now is an opportunity for any final questions that you have on any part of this to both Sam and Andrew. And then I'll ask Andrew just to give some concluding comments and then we'll open up for discussion. So are there any questions? Councillor Sanford?
Thank you, Your Worship. I just had a question about option 1C in terms of what we're putting. So obviously these are our decisions for today. Oh, sorry, we were 3. So we would hold on to these decisions as ours, but I was wondering how this would be reflected in the proposal going to government.
Okay, thank you. So can we just get those a little bit bigger on the screen? So we can see. So you're talking about 3?
Yes, Your Worship. Yeah, talking about 3 and just wondering, I know that we're making these particular decisions for us today, but I was wondering how 3 in particular would be represented in the proposal that we submit to the government, or if that's something that we would just be holding in our back pocket as a decision that would influence us at council at a later date.
So what I would like is in the discussion, if there is any preference, so if you are happy for it to be open of and or Taupo, or just Taupo, open of Taupo and Kaituna catchment, or just Kaituna, and what we will do when we come to the recommendations is just take them one by one. And so if there are, we'll get to the discussion soon, and then that's the opportunity for you to share any of your thoughts on this, and if there is a strong sense of what we should do, then whomever moves this can do that, and depending how we go, we will keep voting on number 3 until we have a majority. Does that help? And then from that, then the staff will be able to draft up our Head Start proposal accordingly. Yep. Councillor, Deputy Me.
Thank you, Chair. I just wondered, that's just the very high level of who we're proposing to partner with, but it's actually the devil in the detail in the actual Head Start proposal. So just wondering, is there the opportunity to be signalling as part of the Head Start proposal not only the concerns that we have about all of the things that Sam has discussed, but also could we signal, the things that we may want for a region at some time in the future. I think it was referred to as a signpost or something like that. There had been some discussion about other things that were important to this region as a tourism destination, for example. I think I hear Councillor Patterson around the Māori wards thing. I've heard the off-ramp thing. So if is there an option then to, if need be, incorporate the additional proposals around potential partners with all of those other things as part of that Head Start proposal?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, Your Worship, I think as I have observed the questions and I look forward to the debate, my mind moves towards how important that drafting of that proposal is and ensuring that we capture all of those things and give you visibility of those before it leaves the building. The devil, but also the opportunity are in the detail of the drafting, and understanding you're getting a proposal that reflects this council's decision is important to me. So understanding what items we're absolutely clear we need, otherwise we're not supporting this Head Start proposal, and which ones we'd be happy to discuss. So let me work with my team to figure out how we can bring that back to you and give council the ability to sign off on that wording.
Yeah, and if I can just add to that, I guess my suggestion would be we don't spend a huge amount of time today deciding in a council resolution what things we want to include, but have the opportunity in maybe a workshop next week, then signing off the final proposal to decide on those, so that you'll get to see, we'll, as much as possible, take all the information that we've got so far, and then you'll see that and then be able to decide what to add, rather than spending a whole lot of time deciding things to add to it.
Thank you. Just one further question, Chair, and it just relates to the, I suppose it's the overarching agreement from our partners. I'm just conscious that up until now we thought we had deals cemented. I see there's, in the news, even the Waikato thing is not as certain as what it was made out to be. And so I understand that our neighbouring councils, Western Tauranga and the Eastern Bay of Plenty councils, have not as yet made their final decisions. And so how can we ensure, because we really need the overarching support letter from the mayors signed and sealed, so that we deliver it with either, I suppose, one proposal set out as 3 or 3 proposals with the overarching letter set out as 1. And so just wanting to make sure that we do actually meet that eligibility threshold. How can we get that? Is there a time frame when we will get this letter?
Through you, Your Worship, that was a subject, that particular topic was a subject of quite a bit of discussion amongst the Chief Executives yesterday evening. The letter has been circulated by Her Worship to Mayor to all the other mayors and Chief Executives in the Bay of Plenty. They are all having meetings next week, and part of the resolutions that I understand the staff are working towards putting forward is an endorsement for the councils to endorse their mayors to sign off on that letter and the content of that letter. So there's an element of shared drafting that's going to be happening over the next couple of days, and so that's the only way we will get to a point of that shared understanding. Unfortunately, just because there are so many councils and their sequential decisions, someone has to be first and someone has to be last. And at this point, it looks like in the Bay of Plenty, ours is we're the first to make the substantive decision, although there have been a number of workshops in the East and in the West. But all of their final decisions and their approvals of both the letter and their individual proposals, my understanding, are scheduled for next week for the rest of the councils in the Bay.
And tonight, the Bay of Plenty mayors have what has been weekly Zoom calls. Like, quite literally, we have done so many hours after work hours and including weekends just to make sure that we can get this work done. But I do intend to double check with them how they're going on that letter and be able to confirm whether it's whether it goes from draft until final, and then I'll circulate it again to the councillors. But obviously the purpose of that letter is to ensure just that we do have, that we are following the plan of the Bay of Plenty region, and we are committing as a Bay of Plenty region that this is what the 3 unitaries will look like. I do want to acknowledge my Bay of Plenty mayors, so I'm quite fortunate to be the chairperson of the Bay of Plenty Mayoral Forum. And through that Mayoral Forum, we have met and discussed so much to make sure that the Bay of Plenty actually comes out better off. And when we look just to neighbouring regions and other regions, we see that, unfortunately, probably that level of discussion and camaraderie hasn't necessarily been there. So I am quite confident that the plan moving forward of submitting as a Bay of Plenty Bay of Plenty Head Start proposal with the 3 distinct unitaries will be completed as soon as possible. Because we've drafted that letter, we have just sent it out, so that's why the others will have endorsement. We don't need that endorsement in here. My plan was just to share that with you as soon as it's final and incorporate any feedback into that.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think that was going to be my question as to whether we needed to show leadership and actually seek that endorsement today, so that we're taking the lead on that, and that the others are clear that that's the pathway that we actually want. So we are really requiring our partners to agree to sign the letter as well. But obviously, leave that to my fellow councillors to decide if that's also should be part of the resolution today.
Thank you. And that is open for discussion when we get to it as well. But we'll carry on with questions. We have Councillor Barker and then Councillor Maxwell.
Thank you, Worship. And my question kind of follows on from what the Deputy Mayor's been talking about and the answers that were just given by the CE and Mr Fellows as well, about potentially having a workshop. I assume it's a workshop situation on the 5th to provide our feedback, but I would prefer to actually have some sign-off towards the end of the week, maybe the 7th, because by that stage we will understand very clearly what the positions of the other regions are, and it may shape what we submit as well. So I think maybe a final sign-off, I'd be signalling that I might want to put that in that part of the resolution for number 5.
Yeah, and I could talk high level to that. Obviously, we'll work with the team on what that might look like, but having a discussion before the meeting, we were thinking that use an opportunity on the 5th to have a workshop with the draft and then get feedback from all of you, and then look for maybe just an online meeting, appreciating that it's a Friday and people have other commitments, on the 7th, to get that sign off. And then if there's any minor changes from that, then the Chief Executive and myself can work over that on the weekend, because the actual date is on the Sunday as the final date, which I have no idea why the government put it on a Sunday, but it gives us a couple of extra days if we need to. So I think that's the high level plan, but we'll come back to you exactly what that looks like, and share drafts as early as we can get it across to make sure that we include what we need to include, and we know what the other councils have done, because as the Deputy Mayor put that, it's always a risk in these situations that someone decides not to, but in this situation, the documents that are going to the other councils are their proposals, so they've been involved in the drafting and all of those types of things. So one would think if you're progressing it that far, but let's not count our chickens before they hatch.
Thank you. Councillor Maxwell, followed by Lee.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Before asking my question, earlier I acknowledged the presentation and the mahi done by our whanaunga from Te Arawa, but I want to also acknowledge our own staff, Sam, you and the staff, and our CEO and Mayor for the mahi and that they've done for us up to now. That's helping us really get to where we want to be. My question is, and I've raised this before, but do you have any helpful information on the standalone position of that we're possibly heading to, hopefully, of Gisborne's unitary authority? Anything from there that is helpful to us?
So there's been lots of learnings from the Gisborne situation, and so I think not off the top of my head that's probably helpful for you making the decision today, but though that alongside Auckland is definitely information that we'll probably in the second phase go to. I know that Gisborne isn't one of the, unlike Auckland, who's been excluded from this, so Gisborne is still potentially at risk of the backstop process too, because my understanding of having talked to officials is that the government's not entirely happy about that it's achieved the level of scale and things that Auckland has, appreciating that there's lots of difficulties in Gisborne, particularly with weather events and those types of things. So the learnings from that I think will be really useful, and the benefit of if we get accepted and move into phase 2 is that we'll have support from DIA, which is now MCERT, in the drafting and the working through that, and then they'll be able to support us in bringing those learnings through. But we don't have anything that will probably be useful for making your decision today to bring to you.
Thank you. Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just following on from Councillor Kaifong's question, I would just suggest that if we get bogged down in details that belong further down the track, it may make it more difficult for your other mayors to sign the same letter with us. So I think if we keep it as simple as possible and make it as easy as possible for the other mayors to sign as well, that's going to be helpful ultimately. Just 2 pennies worth, that's all.
Thank you, Councillor Lee. I'll make that 4 pennies because that actually was the feedback that we received from other mayors as well. So I think Rotorua, unsurprisingly, would have liked to include additional funding tools like accommodation levies or short-term accommodation registers, which we are chasing through other mechanisms. But because other councils may be in different positions or not yet had the chance to discuss with their industry leaders and the community, it was decided that it would be best to be brief and high level for now. But of course, if we accept it in September, then we have the opportunity to delve into that later. So, yeah. But although that is why there's signalled that we will be seeking assistance with costs on the transition and also exploring additional or new funding mechanisms. So that keeps it nice and open in the meantime. Thank you. And now we have Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Worship. Through you. I think I heard Mr Jensen say there's a $9 million shortfall potentially in this rearrangement. I wonder how and where do we deal with that? What would that look like?
Thank you, Councillor Brown. I believe, just to be clear, I think it's $9 million per year, and that's an average, so it's a sustained level. Council, one of the challenges we've got with this vertical integration is what we haven't been able to do, and we actually won't be able to do through this process. It will be for a future unitary council if we're successful to decide on how much of that levels of service continue and how much they change. And how much efficiency, if anything, can be got out of moving those functions out of the current Bay of Plenty Regional Council organisation and into either a Rotorua, a unitary authority, or delivered through some sort of shared vehicle. All of those questions can't be answered at this time because the work hasn't been done to understand how that can be done, and frankly, the decisions about whether those service levels continue or not is a decision for a future unitary council. So we're highlighting it because based on the information we've got, that is a reality. And there's no hiding that because the numbers have been published. One of the potential ways to deal with that, and more concern to me, is not the known unknowns, but the unknown unknowns, where there may be plenty of other liabilities associated with the regional council that we're not aware of at this stage. And there's a potential in the drafting of the proposal to get government to agree effectively some insurance against that landing on our ratepayers in the future. So we will draft up some options of how that could be delivered in the proposal for you to look at and give us some feedback on next week.
Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just so that I've got my facts straight, my summation from what I've read, I think this is the way it goes, that this submission is about preserving our strategic options, not closing them off. We actually do have options down the track, that it keeps Rotorua inside the reform process, so we get that tick. It avoids isolation, because we're working with 2 other unitary authorities under a Bay of Plenty unified one. Aligns with our neighbouring councils, respects our feedback from our community, and acknowledges Te Arawa's aspirations as well. So if you tie all of those in, and then it still leaves the detail to be negotiated afterwards. So this is just the starting point. Am I correct in that?
Yeah, correct, and probably you should have been up here presenting because it would have taken a lot less time if you had done that. No, that's fine.
Well, yeah, I guess the slight caveat to that I say is with any negotiation with central government, it's very, very hard to put things on the table after you arrive. So I would say there are advantages to putting more things on the table now and then potentially having a discussion about what you take off as discussions progress. It's much, much harder to put less on the table now, they agree to it, and then try and introduce more in the future. Having said that, it's a balancing act between putting too much on the table and they see this as potentially not a viable option as well. So I think there's that balancing. So as much as it'd be nice to kick all of the difficult stuff down the road, there will be some challenging trade-off decisions to be made in the drafting of the proposal.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I think we have perfectly enough appetite and capability to tackle the hard things straight away as we have been in these timeframes. So, Councillor Timara, and then please signal if you have any further questions, otherwise I'll move us into debate.
Kia ora, thank you, Your Worship, and through you. Apologies if I missed this in the earliest part of our meeting this morning. Have we modelled the transition costs for our potential preferred method, even a high-level estimate of what a transition cost might look like to transition to a Rotorua unitary authority?
No, so we haven't got there. I know that Wellington spent a lot of time and effort in doing that and getting consultants in. I guess the benefit of our option one is that we remain loosely how we are now. The transition costs will exist in the other parts of the Bay of Plenty and also in integrating those regional council functions. And so the only, not that we did it, but the only one we could have done was I guess I'll use the same language as the Chief Executive, the horizontal integration was probably the only space where we could start to look, but that's quite a big unknown, but definitely the vertical will be really difficult to understand what that looks like. The benefit of the Bay of Plenty wide approach and having a body that sits underneath that will be that lots of those things will continue to exist at the regional level, so we'll reduce the transition costs. There still will be transition costs, but I know, and it'll depend on the negotiations, because I imagine if I'm sitting in the Eastern Bay of Plenty and I'm amalgamating, that I'm probably asking that regional body covers that which we would contribute to, so that will be something that you all need to work on moving forward. But did you have they'll pass the Chief Executive?
Yeah, just to add to Mr. Fellow's comment and coming back to what Councillor Brown asked earlier, even if you use rough numbers, so in the Waikato, for Waikato Waters done well and some of the amalgamations, just to CCOs, this is not talking about amalgamation governance, the numbers are between $9 and $20 million. Now, to Councillor Brown's point about just the picking up of the regional council functions leaves $9 million per year as a gap. So over time, again, probably the most significant cost risk is not the transitional arrangements, which absolutely will have some costs, but those costs are non-persistent. Rather, it's the picking up of the regional council functions and how they're funded that is the more persistent cost question.
And I will just mention that all of that is based on an assumption of the figures that we have so far. We don't yet have probably the level of detail to know exactly what that would look like from a ratepayer perspective or a cost per week or per year perspective. But what I will also say is I think this is actually a really exciting opportunity for us to create a unitary when instead of our communities having to deal with two different councils, it's now one. And I do believe that there are efficiencies that can come through with that merger as well. So how we look to incorporate those core services, but perhaps make them, perhaps deliver them in a better way is actually the conversation that I'd be looking to as well. So I wouldn't look at it as $9 million oh no, that's a problem, I'll look at that as $9 million of us finding efficiencies and actually delivering better for Rotorua. So we do continue to get investment in places where we get return. So on that note...
if I can just add to that before you go to the next point. And I think it was covered in the workshop you had with Regional Council too. Our Regional Council sits a little bit different to others around the country because of the quayside investment. So the money that they spend in lots of spaces is much different than other regional councils do because of that money. And so while we've been given those figures, it doesn't take into account the fact that that's not their spending is not at the same level as other regional councils. So there would be a process that the Mayor's alluded to that we would need to go through to understand what a reasonable level of spend is if those current subsidies don't continue, and that's ultimately what leads to that big gulf, which would be much bigger than I imagine is presented by other regional councils to their TAs.
Yeah, thank you for those responses. I think it's it's sort of cleared that up for me. I think just one of the components around the arguments for efficiency is how much of that is lost actually in the costs that we're paying to actually transition. So although it may appear to be more efficient, if we've actually paid a whole heap to actually get more efficient, it's actually not more efficient at all. So yeah, those are just something I'm just trying to be aware of for us as a council moving forward. So yeah, thank you for the responses.
Excellent question, thank you. We'll take one final question from Councillor Wang, and then we're into discussion.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Sam. Just following on from that question that was just asked, can you just remind me that that $9 million potential deficit, and I guess in that subsidy, what's the makeup of that in terms of OPEX and CAPEX?
Through the Chair, that 9.3 million represents purely the operational aspect, so there's the total revenue less what the Regional Council currently spend, and that's at face value, so making no accounting of duplication of roles that might exist or unnecessary overheads, but that is 9.3 as at face value.
So that's just OPEX alone, did you say? So we don't have I guess we could have an idea of how that would mean for CAPEX as well, and how that's funded?
Through the Chair, the Regional Council have provided some information on their capital expenditure in Rotorua. I'm looking at a table for the current annual plan that we are in, showing that they plan to spend 6.2 million of capital expenditure in Rotorua, which would be a small aspect of our total capital expenditure for Rotorua as a council.
Thanks for that.
If I can just add to that, I think again the known capex is one thing. It's the unknown capex that isn't planned but potentially should be is also what concerns me, and one of the things I'd be quite keen at looking at through the detailed design phase, and again potentially with us of central government to say, well, can you protect our ratepayers from picking up those liabilities potentially going forward.
Thank you, and really appreciate those answers. So following on from in the same chain, I really like when we get to that kind of more detailed discussion around understanding a bit better the asset conditions and all of that surrounding that the regional council's asset conditions, that we will be taking over, so that we can get a clearer picture about how when we're making our decisions, have that fuller picture of what we're getting ourselves into.
Yeah, I think we'll get as much as we can get. I think that ultimately we'll have the opportunity to look at those things, but I suppose my caveat to that is that it might not be available. It's as the Chief Executive said, it's the unknowns that exist out there, just like exist in our community, but we would like to think that we're on top of it because we do a lot of work in that space. It's just those unknowns, but also I think with the Bay of Plenty Regional Council, whether we decide to submit on Head Start or whether we decide not to and we get forced into the backstop, I think as a community we're going to face those liabilities, whether it's as a Bay of Plenty wide single unitary or in those separate areas. So I'll pass to the Chief Executive.
Look, just to add to that, the only thing that would be different in those two scenarios is the ability to put some asks to central government to protect us from that through the Head Start process. Without that, as Mr. Fellows has indicated, potentially those liabilities come anyway, but with no other new revenue tools, no potential support from central government if things turn out to be not exactly what we've understood them to be. So hence the advantage, and hence, to summarise all the discussion today, why we see, based on the way the chessboard is laid out, that we would recommend participating in the Head Start process in the way that we've outlined in the report, because that gives, amongst all the unknowns, that gives our community and future generations of ratepayers the best opportunity to be successful in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to start to wrap this to a close now. I think there's been great questions. Thank you to our staff in the preparation of the report and answers to provide us as much clarity as possible. But we do also highlight the risks that are noted in this report that is probably, given the short timeframes, we have not undertaken the level of due diligence, although I'm very impressed with what we've managed to do, or of course the level of community consultation. So we do appreciate our community who have engaged, our Te Aroha iwi leaders who have helped co-design, and also want to mention, as well as business chamber organisations like Federated Farmers, but even our youth council as well. Fisher and I had a discussion, Councillor Wang and I had a discussion with them to see what they thought, and it was really interesting to see their perspective as well and to incorporate that into what we're going to put forward. So now is the time for us to put forward our recommendations. So I will ask for a mover and a seconder, and then it's in there for us to start with discussion. Councillor Lee?
Just checking for clarification purposes, we're going to take those decisions separately, are we?
Yes, we definitely will. And actually, perhaps best since I have written the recommendations based on feedback that I've heard, I'll be happy to move, and then I just ask if there's a seconder. But what we probably do need to discuss is around that point 3 on if there is a preferred or not that we want to put in on whether we keep the door open to Taupo and or Kaituna catchment. So I move. Is there a seconder? That's seconded by Councillor Lee, and that's for option 1, and we will take them one by one as we vote. So we're now open for discussion. Councillor Barker.
Thank you. I don't know when the time is appropriate, but I'd like to signal that I'd like to move an amendment to number 5, please.
Yep.
The amendment would go roughly to the effect that delegate staff to draft the Head Start outline proposal and directs the CE to report back to a meeting on the 7th of August the final proposal for approval prior to submission to government, so that allows us a checkpoint for the council to not only have a workshop on the 5th potentially, but final sign-off on the 7th, which will take into account, I'm sorry, I'm talking too much, but it'll take into account what may happen across the bay, in tandem with this. So that would be my amendment.
Thank you. I'm happy to second that, and we'll just speak to the amendment. Oh, because I moved the first one. Thank you. Councillor Wayne will second. Just checking, would you still like the 5th of August, or because both Andrew and I are away at rural and provincial on the 7th, but we could do it online, that's fine. We can do it online.
Oh. If that makes it easy for the staff, yeah, I'm happy. I would prefer to have a workshop situation first, if that can be organised. Thank you.
Oh, okay, sorry, thank you. That was just me getting confused. So 5th and 7th.
Do we need that in the resolution as well, the both dates, or just the final sign-off? Or it's just an action? Oh. It'll be actually on the 5th.
Why don't we just do the 7th, and on the 5th and we'll just take it as an action point. But pretty much as soon as this is drafted, we'll get it around to councillors so we can always reconfirm. But definitely by the 7th, a report back. Now, did you want council meeting or council workshop? And I just suggest, because if it's like a formal council meeting, we may just need to be okay with the agenda not being published in the usual 7 days prior.
Thank you. Understood. Yes, and I think probably it's important that it's a meeting so that it gives us the opportunity to give sign-off in case things materially change.
Yep, and I'll just ask one question of governance. Yep, that's fine. So when will we need to notify the community that there'll be a meeting on the 7th? Oh, straight off this. Okay, so time frames seem fine? Extraordinary council meeting, not an emergency council meeting, but that's fine. And then at least our public get to see that process and it's formalised as well. So unless there's any discussion on this, I might just put that to the vote.
To the vote. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, just the amendment, so it's just that point 6 in front, and then if approved, that will replace the previous one, which means previous number 5, which mentioned the 5th. Just another 2 days. Councillor Sanford.
This is just really technical and maybe for governance, but just in terms of the way that they flow through from 1 to 5 here, to me it would make sense that we adopt or we vote on A or 1 first, because if we don't approve it, then there's no point in doing 5 later on.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. So this is just voting on an amendment. So the 1 to 5 has already been moved and seconded, so that's on the table. And now number 5 will be amended to what we see as number 6. So we'll just copy and paste this depending how that goes. And then we go back to open for discussion for anything anyone wants to say. And then we'll go one by one from 1 to 5. Hopefully that makes sense. So I'll now put this to the vote. You can see it before you. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any against? Cool, that's carried. And that gives our staff a few more days, but as promised, we'll email it around as soon as possible. So now we'll go back to the substantive motion. And actually, for the benefit of maybe those who are online, and just a refresher for us, what is currently before us is that we're agreeing to the Bay of Plenty wide Head Start proposal with the 3 distinct unitary authorities of Western, Eastern and Central, that we don't support any other Head Start pathway configuration that includes Rotorua without our approval, and that we confirm that if required to amalgamate in the future, our preferred approach is a unitary of Rotorua and or Taupo and or boundary adjustments to include the Kaituna catchment, i.e. Makatuki Tongariro, that we note the risks, and then the amendment that we've just approved. So we are now open for discussion on this. I'm happy to take as many comments as needed, but perhaps I'll just start on this one as well. So my suggestion on here, and very open to discussion on what others could be, but 4.3 is to keep it as open as possible with Taupo and or the Kaituna catchment. What I've actually heard and seen quite clearly on both the community engagement that has come through the survey, but also the many Facebook and social media comments, and then finally that being the preferred model that came from the Te Arawa iwi leaders and their hui that was mandated. And I do really want to mention how powerful it is that they managed to come together as Te Arawa iwi with neighbouring iwi, and that they already have taken a vote on this, and their preferred and mandated approach was mai I Makatuki Tongariro option 1. So I do acknowledge their their generosity in understanding how complex this is for us, and also supporting if we needed to go Rotorua alone. But from an environment perspective, managing all of the Kaituna catchment is incredibly important. And also, if we were to be merged one day, which is likely given the direction of the government, I would much rather go with Taupo as opposed to going into the east, who have said they want to be their own, and also Tauranga and Western Bay, which our community and their community have clearly said they do not wish. So that's just a starter, and we'll now open up for any further comments. And so, comment from Timina Benfell.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, just wanting to support the comments that you've just made. I just wonder, because of Taupo's council decision yesterday not to submit a proposal, whether or not our proposal indicates too strongly of that preferred option, but in agreement that we keep it open, but potentially noting that our preferred option is Rotorua Unitary Authority, given our original thing of not forcing other councils. I wonder if it reads that it's our preferred option that we want Taupo and things, but then they're not I suppose they're not even in the process. So yeah, I just wonder if that's an amendment or a writing, or if we can do that some way.
I think this is the opportunity for this feedback, because the staff will then take that on board and incorporate that into the draft Head Start proposal, and then you will also have your opportunity to provide final feedback on that. So we'll basically be taking it from the majority who seem to support those comments, as well as whatever the vote decision is.
Yeah, nice.
Well. But thank you. We do note that. Councillor O'Connor-Tate.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not going to support submitting a Head Start proposal. This, to me, is bad government, and we are enabling and encouraging bad government. I think we're being bullied by central government. I think we've had a timeline imposed on us that doesn't allow for the detail. And it's so often said that the devil is in the detail, and there's just so much that we don't have to make a really good informed decision. I've heard the comments that have made, attended the workshops, listened to the iwi leaders present, and I thank them for the thought that they've put in to making a submission and then comments, etc., and that has been very, very helpful. But I really do wonder, at the end of the day, if we might burden our ratepayers, because we don't really know at this stage what the likely outcome will be. And I can't understand why LTAs throughout the country haven't pushed back on the government and just said no. If 60 LTAs had have said no, we're not buying into this, we don't object from time to time, looking at where we can be more efficient in the delivery of services for our community, but it has to be done in a manner that allows for good research and for good detail to be provided. And that's why I just feel good government should not be supported. And I think this is an example. Bad government should not be supported, and I feel that this is definitely an example of bad government.
Thank you very much. And so if option one, if there is a majority against, then we do have option two, that council agree not to participate. So we will then keep going through the options until we have a majority. But we now go to Councillor Sanford, Lee, and then Patterson.
Thank you, Your Worship. And just going back to point C or 3, I'm in favour of keeping it in there. I just think it will require some delicacy in how we write the report, as much of this is going to. So that's my only discussion on that point.
Thank you. Councillor Lee?
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Councillor Rotorua Tate, for your views. I think they're reasonably held. They're views that I have held until recently. I have some sympathy with the Taupo Council and how they have voted as well. Have become much more comfortable now that it's become apparent that we are pursuing what was always our plan A. After the government made its decision in November that it wished to disestablish regional councils, we started pursuing the path of exploring how to become a unitary council. And that looked good to us. Then along came Head Start, and you're right, it does pose some challenges of governance. I would have really felt that our community hadn't been properly consulted if we had been forced to amalgamate, as it were, with another council. So I would have found it much harder to support that. Given that we are heading down the path of our original plan, we now turn to whether it's expedient, really, to follow this path and whether it's in the best interests of our district. And it seems natural that it is in our district's best interest to retain its identity, to not confuse things with the identity of other neighbouring councils. And it also gives us an advantage that if we went down the path of a Part 3 reorganisation and become a unitary through that method, that would be much more expensive with the process that we would have to go through. So the expedient part of this equation for me is that by piggybacking on the Head Start applications of the other two areas of our region, we get to save our ratepayers the money of going through a Part 3 process, and that's not insignificant, and it would save our staff the hassle factor that would be involved with that, and that would come with a cost as well. So it's not a perfect world, and some would argue we don't have a perfect government, and there would be legitimate arguments. So it seems to me that the least terrible and best option in our case would be to proceed with this option 1. I look forward to debating the details of Part 3 of that in due course.
Thank you. I suggest because we have Patterson and then Maxwell next, we'll just go around the table, if that's okay. So, Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Your Worship. I am supportive of what's up on the board. It allows us to protect the result of the binding referendum, the decision that our community made. We would be in control of that. It supports a Bay of Plenty regional response on one hand while preserving our longer term options for a mai makitu ki tongariro style of authority if that happens down the future. And it also gives us another option. We've been presented with a number of local government reforms. We've got local water done well, the systems improvement bill, now Head Start. Perhaps we should start viewing this as one. If we become a central unitary authority, that would give us the opportunity to look at how that's going to benefit our central region, rather than the greater whole, that we should be thinking about looking after number 1 first, even though we're contributing to the greater whole. I think our ratepayers would prefer that we kept our gold in our bank, particularly our wonderful wastewater treatment plant that's nearly about to come online that we've spent mega millions on, and many other aspects of our infrastructure that our team have done so well in preserving and building for the Rotorua community, even though it's showing on our debt. They are investments in the future, and they're our investments. They're investments made by our people, not anybody else. So having this as our option, to me, rounds all of those things up into a nice, neat package that will serve our community well going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Maxwell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The way I'll be voting is for option 1. And it was convinced me even more this morning with a very well presented submission, presentation from Te Arawa and what's in the report. I have had a quick scan through there, and the definite call for a us together approach. Also, I'd just like to add, yes, Councillor Rotorua Tate raised some very good points, how she feels we have been bullied, but really when you have a look, there are a lot of things that have happened in the last 3 years that they're not going to listen to us. But let's get something in there that shows how strong we are, and we are working together. Mai makatu ki tongareiro. Kia ora.
Councillor Wayne.
Thank you, Your Worship. I also will be voting in support of option 1. That is also with a lot of considerable thought and debate myself as well. I do support, like Councillor Maxwell, the comments made by Councillor Rotorua Tate around this, because we have been put into a very difficult position, as has almost every other council across the country. And I think with all of these discussions that we're having around, we've had around voice, around power, representation, all of that, the most important thing I think that needs to come out of this as right up at the top is the environment and the environmental outcomes that we must ensure that we protect, because it is I think the single thing that with the disestablishment of the regional councils, that responsibility rests on whatever future authority we will look like. And our responsibility is not just within our district, within our unitary authority, how that might look like, but also our responsibility being in the upper catchment, how that will look, and the guardianship of how that will look for the lower catchments as well in those districts. So I think while we're discussing these very important topics of how that will look, but when we do get to that detail, I really like us to have a focus on what that is going to look like for the environment and the outcomes that we wish to see, not just for us, but also for those other districts. Probably like Councillor Barker, I also share those, I think those concerns with what the future looks like for our 3,900 residents in our district that currently belong to the Waikato catchment, and how, I guess the identity that they want to hold. And again, because of this rushed process that we have had to follow, that we haven't, I don't think we've heard clearly enough, and we haven't gone out to them clearly enough on what the future looks like for them, what future they want to have. So that's another, I think, aspect that I wanted to raise. I really want to thank also our staff. like it's been raised before, for the incredible amount of work that they've been able to do in this short amount of time, but also to our iwi chairs as well for their contribution to this, because it is a group effort. That regional level body, again, later on in the detail, if we were to have that kind of regional leadership forum that encompasses the three, with the Western, Central and Eastern Unitary Authorities, one comment I would make on that is I hope that is not going to be population based, because again, if we do head down that route, we're essentially going to be in the same position that we're in right now, where the focus and the voice will be heavily Tauranga Western Bay centric. So I hope that will, if we do go down that route, that will be an even split between the three unitary authorities. But I'll just leave it at that, but we'll be supporting option 1. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just like to acknowledge we've had one of the Taupo councillors join us this morning. It's nice to see you here, Councillor Murch. My thoughts on this have been divided the whole time, to be honest, and I find it incredibly frustrating, the position that the government has put us in. Thank you, Councillor Rokawa Tate, for speaking to that point, because we certainly have been forced into a corner. We're on a chessboard, as the CEO said, that's not particularly easy to play on, and I would just like to acknowledge that that gives me great discomfort with the fact that even though our team has done a fantastic job of providing significant information for us to make this decision, we still have a lot of outstanding uncertainties and risks in front of us, and including all the transition and implementation costs and the allocation of liabilities across the district as well. So taking those risks into consideration, there is also the risk of being left to be in the backstop, and that will, if we do not go forward with a Head Start proposal, we run the risk of not being in the conversation around what happens with those assets and liabilities. We won't be around the edges of the conversation so much around what happens to Quayside and all the investments there, which is a significant risk. I'd also just like to highlight that our community, and I thank them for their input, what chances that they have had so far, have very clearly said their highest concerns were around representation after financial stability, and I think as Te Tatu Aotearoa and their presentation from the iwi chairs said, the model will live or die on representation, and so going forward we're going to be really have to be mindful of that, and Councillor Wang's just alluded to the makeup of any potential board that may come out of this. I'd also like to note that, again, as Councillor Wang has said, we have a significant portion of our district in that Waikato catchment, and I would like some attention paid in any proposal that we bring or put, that there are some key points to the effect about how that will be managed, and that is the reason why I have actually asked for that amendment, so that we could actually have a look and just see that those kinds of matters and many others that have been mentioned today are ticked off. So although I have a great deal of discomfort with the level of risk, there is risk both ways, and it's just choosing what level of risk and what kind of risk we're comfortable with having. So I support number 1. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now go Councillor Te Mara and then finish off with Councillor Brown and Deputy Mayor Kaifong.
Kia ora, thank you, Your Worship, and through you. Yeah, I suppose I came into today's hui with quite a clear view. And then just listening to the thoughts and comments from my colleagues, it has really encouraged me to take a step back and understand the process as a whole, I guess. I do reflect as well on our history as a people and some of the adversities and challenges that our tupuna have faced through our history. And one that comes to mind is te korokoro te parata. And, and if we're able to get through that, we're able to get through this. That's got nothing on that. And so those are the sorts of things that I think about when we come up to challenges like this. And I think through this kaupapa, and through having our iwi chairs here as well, I've taken great, I suppose, comfort and confidence from our iwi chairs and our partnership with Te Tatau o Te Arawa and the advice that they've given and whakaro that they've provided from the perspective of Te Arawa. And for me, that was quite clear, and we sort of meet on the point that it's not an ideal process. Nothing that's coming out of central government is an ideal process at the moment. And I think that the best position possible that we can put ourselves in to influence our own future is probably the focus for me with the decisions that we're making today. And so with that, supportive of option one, but I absolutely take on board and wanted to tautoko the whakaro of particularly of Councillor Raukawa Tate. And I think that more has to be done to put this government on notice about the processes that they're forcing not only local government through, but other entities through as well. So yeah, just wanted to tautoko the whakaro that's been given around the table today. We're done.
Thank you. Councillor Brown?
Thank you, Your Worship. Let's be honest, we've been bullied by central government into a process that has gone too far and too fast. However, the risks of those same bullies taking away potentially our representation that's been built up over decades is a risk that I don't think we should take on, so I will support the recommendations. I wonder, however, whether we should add or could consider adding something along the lines that Taupo has added to their communications, and that is to express frustration at the short time frames associated with the Head Start process, and in particular the challenges that it has created engaging the community to build understanding and support for the change, and note potentially how ratepayers are worse off financially.
Thank you. And then we come to Deputy Mayor Kaifong.
Thank you, Chair. I'd asked to speak last because I am not yet convinced either way. I'm sitting here totally conflicted about this decision. I am cognizant of the huge amount of work that, Your Worship, you have done in the background, that our CE Andrew and the staff have done. We have attempted to comply with the government direction in a short time frame. The whole rationale for government asking us to undertake this is to try and enable better decision making, but I feel that we are being forced into making a bad decision. We don't have the legislation, we don't have the rules by which we would normally understand that we are playing by. We are given shortened time frames, we haven't done our due diligence, we haven't taken along our community with us. We are making a momentous intergenerational decision that's going to impact our community forever into the future, and we've been asked to do it in 3 months with no information, and we're trying to do the best that we can. I don't like having to make decisions in the absence of that information. The economies of scale may not be realised. It may take years to recoup any of the transition costs. We have no dollar figure on the disruption to our community while they get used to whatever this new form of government, local government may take. I think that rather than being forced to amalgamate for potential cost savings, the government needs to be prepared to listen to local solutions that we potentially could offer to them around how we could find rates affordability, how the government could deal with red tape, how the government could give us tools to deal with our issues such as paying GST on rates, pay rates on government buildings, look at solutions that we have proposed around IVL and bed tax and all those sorts of things. What we haven't talked about today is what are the risks if we take the backstop option. And, you know, if the other councils agree that they want to submit to this process then the government can deal with those. It may then allow us sufficient time to understand the lessons that are learnt from those that have submitted to the process. It may allow us time to understand the rules that the government expects us to play by. It will give us time to talk to our partner councils, to do our due diligence, to consult and make an informed decision. And also, that decision may well be made at the polling booth on the 7th of November. And so there are just so many uncertainties for me. We still need the support of our other Bay of Plenty councils to ensure that we actually have an eligible proposal. I would want to perhaps signal that we wait until we have more certainty about our partner councils. And so for me, I'm going to take and it's not an easy option for me, but I'm going to abstain from this vote here because I don't think we have the right information to actually make a decision for our community. I think we should abstain until such time as we are clear about what the rest of our Bay of Plenty councils are doing and that they are submitting a joint proposal that allows us to have an eligible proposal. I also want to see the final proposal that the staff are going to prepare for us for final submission, and I am thankful that we have potentially the opportunity to sign that off. It may well be that when we come to the 7th of August, I'm prepared to commit, but at the moment I'm going to take, and it's not an easy decision for me, but I'm going to abstain from this decision. And I know that, Your Worship, you've got sufficient support here to get this through, but I remain open to be convinced either way.
Thank you very much, everyone. Appreciate those comments, and you can see just how difficult this has been for us, but also where I believe we should be quite proud with what we've managed to get before us. There's definitely a lot more certainty, a significant amount of financial information. We've looked at communities of interest, we've looked at the economy, and of course we've taken our iwi and treaty partners along us on this journey the whole way. So I do want to reassure you that regardless of the vote today, the final Head Start proposal will come to us now on the 7th, and as it is a formal council meeting, that is really a last opportunity for us to ensure that any of those concerns that you've raised, which I see our staff have noted, any of those concerns will hopefully be addressed, or a plan to address them moving forward. So on that note, moving forward, I also want to mention that despite the quick time frame, the sprint of 3 months, if this is accepted by Cabinet in September, which we still don't know yet, the final proposal will be due in March, with a final decision from Cabinet in May. And so please be assured that there is still time to do the level of due diligence that we would like to with such a significant intergenerational transition of their local government, not only their local leaders, but of course the essential services that we provide. I do also acknowledge the comments around, well, there is an election coming up with central government. We don't really know if these proposals or these announcements will come to fruition, let alone those such as no voting rights for unelected members. And so you can see where this is continuing to be an uncertain space, and even with the significant waters discussions and soon-to-be decision that we've been taking, that massive transformational legislation has not aligned well either. So we are dodging so many hits that we are receiving as councils from government, but we hope that at the end of this all, we can only do the best that we can with the information available to us. And once again, I do thank our community for being involved in the surveys and engagements, and also our many partners as well. I do want to touch on the Mai Makatu ki Tongariro, because this one actually feels quite special to me as well. Like, I'm fortunate to be the mayor right now, and that's not forever, and hopefully for not too much longer. But my Te Aroha waka landed in Maketu, and also my Danish ancestor landed in Maketu, and was then the first European man to come to Rotorua, when our flax trade was abundant. And so it's quite special to be sitting here with a once-in-a-generation opportunity to think that so long ago our people of all sides, of all ethnicities, have always travelled across our country, often from coastal inland, and now is an opportunity to set those boundaries right again and also take into consideration how our environment that we always talk about is actually looked after in a way that makes sense. So I care very deeply about the lakes that we have here, and knowing that that drains down the Kaituna River out to Makatu, to me is just another sign, a tohu, that this boundary change could be the one that for our future generations have been waiting for, and I certainly don't want to miss the opportunity to at least investigate that, but knowing that as decision makers we balance that on a number of different criteria. So that's where I think we really got this right, on our criteria of not just focusing on one thing, but incorporating all the considerations of finance, economy, community, etc. So we were probably ahead of the game from other councils, because as soon as the government made their announcement that regional councillors will be gone, and we didn't know if that would be in a few months or it turned out to be 2028, we started the work to protect our community, to protect those important functions and core services, and that's when we actually started the discussion on whether or not to be a unitary authority. So as I look to our neighbours in Taupo and also South Waikato, as well as the rest of the Bay of Plenty region, I do think we were quite fortunate that we had already started to think about what are the functions of regional council and what functions would be better. It could have efficiencies across sub-regions as well. So look, thank you very much, councillors. This has actually been a much longer journey for us, but I appreciate all of the feedback, and it's now the time to put this to the vote, which we'll do one by one. Councillor Lee?
Just a point of clarification. You did say earlier that we're going to be voting separately on these 4 points. Yep, thank you.
Yep. So I'll just read them straight from the board. So we have, what I'll do is I'll read it out. We ask for a mover, a seconder, and then we'll put it to the vote by raising your hand or not. Oh. Okay. Sorry, thank you. We don't need to do a mover and a seconder for each, which makes it a lot easier. So I'll just read out and then I'll put that to the vote, and then all in favour, raise your hands, all against, raise your hands then. So we have number 1, agrees to submit a Head Start outline proposal to the government by 9th of August 2026 based on a Bay of Plenty-wide Head Start proposal with 3 distinct unitary authorities across the Bay of Plenty region, consisting of Western, Tauranga and Western Bay of Plenty, Eastern, Kawero, Whakatane and Opotiki, and Central, Rotorua. I now put that to the vote. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Any against? That's carried. We'll note the abstention. I now go to point 2, that Council does not support any other Head Start pathway configuration that includes Rotorua without our approval. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Any against? Okay, that is carried. Point 3, confirm that if required to amalgamate in the future, our preferred approach is a unitary with Rotorua and or Taupo and or boundary adjustments to include the Kaituna catchment mai I Makatu ki Tongariro. Sorry, quick question of...
Yes, point of clarification. Could we have an opportunity to debate this and argue this point individually?
Apologies, we have had the debate and the opportunity to discuss any and all things, and it's now time to take a vote on it.
I didn't specifically touch on this particular topic in my comments, expecting it to be debated separately. That's what I was understanding would be the process.
Oh, apologies, no. I believe I was clear from the start. I think we've had enough comments on supporting what is currently on there. So I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Any against? Thank you. That is carried. We now go to point 4, that Council notes the risks outlined in this report, that proposals can only be finalised with approval of other named councils, and the short timeframes provided by this government proposal, which didn't allow for more in-depth community consultation and due diligence. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Any against? Thank you, that's carried. And then, let me just check, do we need to put 6? Yes, because it's just been amended. Yes. Yeah, okay. And final one, point 6, delegates staff to draft the Head Start outline proposal and directs Chief Executive to report back to a workshop on the 5th of August and to a Council meeting on the 7th of August 2026 with the final proposal for approval prior to submission to the Government. And I will just note that 7th one is likely to be online if needed. So all those in favour, please raise your hand. Any against? That's carried. Sorry, was that? If you didn't raise your hand, are we just going to note that as abstentions? Yep. Okay. Okay then. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Worship. May I? I'm not sure if standing orders allow this, but if I may add 2 more. If that's appropriate.
Technically, standing orders say you can't add any more amendments if you've spoken to it already, but do you think it's of urgent nature that it couldn't come through on the 5th of August?
Well, I spoke to it when I was speaking to the motions, but I'm happy to leave it.
If you've spoken to it, then staff would have noted it. What I will ask you, though, is if you could just send it to the staff as well, so we'll make sure it's incorporated, and I will get staff to send the draft proposal as soon as possible, as soon as it's ready, to give you ample time before the workshop on the 5th. We will come together in person to be able to, and we'll live stream that, by the way, for the public, and then on the council meeting will be the formalisation extraordinary meeting to approve it. I want to make sure everyone feels clear on where we're going. So it has been moved, what's on the board, but we'll just get a quick question from Councillor Patterson and then Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Worship, for your indulgence. Just a point of clarification. The 5th of August, we have 2 workshops already on that day. Is it going to go earlier?
The first one's the placeholder, which is now confirmed as of right now.
The Waters Working Group?
We'll send out the updated.
Okay.
Yeah. So we'll take this one first, and then we'll go on to. Yeah, we'll reconfirm with everyone. Thank you. And sorry, Councillor Barker, you had one?
Thank you, Worship. It's just a question around number 3 and the earlier comments and question from Councillor Timera Benfell around the Taupo as a potential partner. And did the staff capture the information or the sentiment that we don't want to force anyone into an amalgamation, and that it would be only on their, agreeance? Thank you.
Yeah, 100%. And that's the principle that will also be in the cover letter that will go on top of our proposal, our Head Start proposal, Eastern and Central, that will be submitted as a Bay of Plenty proposal. So, yes. And, sorry, quick question from Councillor Timera.
Thank you, Worship, and through you. Just a question as well. I wondered if we, through the later part of this process, just identify, or I suppose through our iwi Chairs Forum or through Te Tato, seek that endorsement also from Tū Whare as well as we have done through our process. I'm mindful, council to council, that we ensure that we uphold our values and our way of working regardless of who we're negotiating with as part of our due process. So that would be, if possible, through that process, identifying if they have sought endorsement from Ngāti Tū Whare.
Yes, no, definitely. Thank you very much. And that has been something that they're seeking. And what I'll also ask is just that our staff confirm the result of today with all other councils in the Bay, including in Taupo and South Waikato, and also our Te Aroha iwi chairs. So, thank you. So, I think we should have a bit of a break now. Does that sound? Oh, yeah, it's all been voted on now. Thank you. So when we return, we will be going through our long-term plan community outcomes framework. Then we'll get into our LG&Z mahi. We do have Mayor Ben Bell, who's in town for local government meetings from Gore, and he is the chair of Mayor's Task Force for Jobs, so he's going to present to us as well. And then we'll go to our staff reports, destination development, our homelessness strategy, financial update, CCO report. Why do we take like all of that as read? But no, we will. So let's, do you need half an hour or an hour? Half an hour? Okay. Let's all come back at 1:05. Thank you. 1:05 and we will come back. Thank you. Kimai, welcome back to our council meeting. Look, thank you very much, everyone. We've had a significant decision this morning in our Head Start, and now we are going to get into the remainder of our agenda. What I would like to do in the interest of not being here all day long is we will take a lot of this as read, and I'll just ask if there are any questions, and then we'll put them straight to the vote. So we do start with our LTP 2027-2037 Community Outcomes Framework. Can I have a mover and a seconder to receive this? That's moved by Councillor Te Marabenfao, seconded by Councillor Brown. All those in favour to receive, please say aye. Any against? That's carried. We won't go over this again, but we are in page 19 of your agenda. You'll see that the graph that's in there has now been updated to take into consideration the further feedback that did come from councillors. We've workshopped this twice now, and so we do hope that we're at a point now where not only us, but anyone in our community can pick that up and see that we are achieving what their aspirations would be for the next 10 years. And if adopted, this will then create the foundation for our long-term plan. So I'll just check if there are any questions regarding the report and/or graph. Nope. So I'm happy to move. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Brown. I will read it out and then we'll go to discussion. That Council adopts the proposed Community Outcomes Framework comprising the community outcomes, priorities and principles for inclusion in the Rotorua Lakes Council Long-Term Plan 2027-2037 and associated consultation material. So this isn't full and final. As noted, this will go out to our community with the other proposals to provide us feedback on what their aspirations are. So this is open now for discussion. Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Your Worship. I won't be able to support this, unfortunately. There is reference in the new part of the outcomes to honouring the Treaty of Waitangi principles. We've established in Hart versus Marlborough District Council, the High Court has established, this isn't my opinion, that under the Local Government Act 2002, councils do not owe any principles or duties or responsibilities under the Treaty of Waitangi. So I will not be supporting it for that reason.
Okay, you have had that explained to you why that interpretation is not correct, but we do acknowledge that's your personal opinion, and we look forward to hearing the views of our community when it goes out. Are there any final comments on this? No? Okay. Well, I'll put that to I'll put that to the vote, but I do want to acknowledge that we do have our overarching principles in there, which is the way we work, and our community engagement is important to us, as well as ensuring that we deliver on our treaty principles and work in partnership with others. So we look forward to that. So I'll put this to the vote, that these are now included in our LTP associated consultation material. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Any against? It is carried.
Could that be recorded, please?
Yes, of course. So you're against absolutely everything else in there too. But we now go to page 24. Now we're going to get into our local government New Zealand content. First of all is page 24, that the report 2026 Local Government New Zealand Super Local Conference be received. Can I have a mover and a second? That's moved by Councillor Wang, seconded by Councillor Maxwell. All those in favour that this report be received, please say aye. Aye. Any against? That's carried. So just to overview this very briefly, because we are fortunate enough to be hosting the LGNZ conference in Rotorua, which I think is fantastic. I know councils across the country were hoping would move from the big metros of Auckland, Wellington and Christchurch and actually get into our rural and provincial areas, as well as Rotorua being a great destination to host conferences and business events. So what we are looking at doing today is, because we are hosting it, we do have the opportunity to extend the invitations of what would normally be a mayor, a deputy mayor and 2 councillors. So you'll see that the recommendations before us are that the council determine that the chief executive, mayor, deputy mayor all interested councillors, community board chairs or alternates, and a Te Tātua Charua board member have the opportunity to attend the 2026 LGNZ Super Local Conference. The alternative, if someone wishes to put this up, is that basically we stick to our usual process of just a limited amount of councillors. Reason being as well, I'll just reiterate, because we are hosting, there is not the travel and accommodation costs normally associated, and that is consistent with in the past. If Rotorua has hosted, then it's been open for everyone. I do believe that there is great value in these conferences, especially in the times that we find ourselves in now of significant reforms, changes, and certainly leadership that's required. So the only professional development we actually get. So I do encourage councillors to attend. So I will move point 2 of all interested councillors. Do I have a seconder? That's seconded by Deputy Mayor, and now we are open up for discussion. Councillor Patterson.
Just wanted to ask a question, if I may, Your Worship. Given that this is being hosted here in Rotorua, what are we doing to maximise that opportunity to showcase our wonderful city?
Thank you very much, and that is a great question. I've been working alongside the organisers of the LGNZ conference to make sure that we are utilising the uniqueness of Rotorua, so certainly putting on offer if there are any, not travelling tours, any external visits in Rotorua of things that we wish to showcase. I know that there's been requests for people to be able to visit our museum, given the significance of that rebuild and it being on time, on budget. And so we are looking at that and, of course, incorporating our traditional Rotorua welcome of a pōhiri into the process as well. So it is a fantastic opportunity for not only our venues, but also accommodation, hospitality, and our tourism operators.
Thank you for clarifying that. Just a subsequent, if I may, was there some sort of process that our operators and attractions had the opportunity to tender or bid for parts of the conference at all, or is that all just purely handled by RNZ, or how did that work?
Yeah, no, thank you. That is purely handled by LGNZ, but there is it's like a trade show situation where other businesses can come along, trade show market, and they can have their stand there and be available to not only advertise their product but to engage others. What we do find though is what's better is if the tourism operators, in particular accommodation providers, and they will get in touch with LGNZ and perhaps provide a slightly discounted rate. So because we will be having hundreds of people attending, accommodation is usually the ones that benefit the most, but the benefit of it finishing on a Friday is that we do hope that those attending do stay. So Rotorua NZ is the main contact point, but it is really up to the LGNZ organisers to how far they want to take that opportunity.
Thank you. I was asking because the one I went to in Christchurch, when the brand new convention centre had just opened, they had a whole room dedicated to all sorts of things about the region, so you could go and learn about different companies, different offerings. There was even the company that supplied our Superloop. They were there. I found that very interesting. So, it's just wondering if that was going to be a similar format, but I guess that's up to the organisers.
Yeah, thank you for checking. And sorry, were there other questions? Councillor Te Mera.
Not a question, Your Worship, just a comment.
Yeah, we'll go comments, yep.
Yeah, okay. Firstly, I just wanted to support the recommendation. Having just attended the Te Maruata National Conference, I think they're actually critical opportunities to have these types of thought incubators to build those relationships across councils and for us to better understand examples and also learnings, I suppose, as well from across the country. Often in these spaces it can become quite insular and quite isolated in our own little neck of the woods, so it's good to expand our horizons, and certainly attending Te Maruata has made, from my perspective, has made me a more aware governor in terms of local government. I did have a question or maybe a comment on the organisation side of the conference. I wondered if any of our local if they had approached any local leaders to be guest speakers at the conference. I think particularly iwi, would be a good opportunity to showcase some of the work that's happening across the city, particularly from an iwi development perspective. So I'm not sure if that's something that's been considered or done with the speakers.
Yeah, thank you. Good question. And yes, definitely there will be opportunities for our local, our successful locals to be able to share as well. So, and Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Your Worship. I was one of 3 councillors last term who voted to leave LGNZ because they had become so politicised. But they have a new slogan. What is it? Reset priorities, refocus efforts and reimagine services and engagements. So I'll give them a chance. I'll see how it goes. I'll be interested in turning up, and I'm particularly probably more interested in meeting some of my colleagues from around the country, and LGNZ has always been good for that. Cheers.
Thank you. Well, I now put this to the vote. Oh, sorry, Councillor Maxwell.
Will include Councillor Lee in the Pōhiri. Yep. No, already this is good to take advantage. Whenever it's been held in Rotorua before, we've followed this process and it is very valuable. But I'm also pleased that that at the Christchurch conference last year, we were included in at the end of the conference because we were going to be the city to host it, and they already got a bit of a feel of the cultural impact of our city when we all joined together to mihi and welcome them to the city. And like Councillor Benfield said, at that Maruata conference last night of Local Government New Zealand have already approached me if I'll ensure to help with the welcome, the Pōhiri, and which is good. And unfortunately, the number 1 group in New Zealand, Ngāti Whakaue, are unavailable. I think they have a commitment overseas at the time. But we're fortunate we won the Quinella. So the mighty Ngāti Rangiwewehi group will be involved in the Pōhiri, but we'd like to include as much as we can for that part and ensure that that goes well. But the conference is going to be great. And Te Maruata, normally the members who've been invited by their own councils that do come here, we set aside a day beforehand anyway and have a hui. I think that's going to happen as well. But did you need an indication of people who might be going? Because I'd like to be there throughout the conference.
Thank you. All councillors will have the opportunity depending on how this vote goes. So we'll put it to the vote. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Any against? Unanimous. We look forward to hosting and also attending. Thank you. We now come to the remits for LGNZ 2026 Annual General Meeting. This is page 28 on your agenda, and I do want to signal that the AGM itself will be on this Friday, so very timely that we get an indication. So what we'll do is we'll take them one by one, but the first is actually that the council note. Sorry, can I please have a mover and a seconder that the report remits to Local Government New Zealand 2026 Annual General Meeting be received? That's moved by Councillor Wang, seconded by Councillor Rotorua Tate. We all know what the remits are, right? Yeah. So this is the opportunity for this to then become a priority and advocacy piece for Local Government New Zealand as a sector. And the first one is actually one that's come from us. So that's that the council note that the Rotorua Lakes Council remit priorities for Dog Control Act reform will be the first remit voted on at the Local Government New Zealand 2026 Annual General Meeting. So that's moved by Councillor Wang, seconded by Councillor Te Benfield. I'll just put that straight to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Thank you. And now we get into remits that have come from other councils. So apologies, as we were not the ones who wrote it. We don't really have an opportunity to answer any questions. But if you do have concerns that you want to check from a Rotorua context, then we'll see if we'll let staff have a go at it. So what I'll do is I'll just read out each one by one and then open the floor if you wish to support or not. So the first remit before us is improved regulation of vape retailers. That LGNZ advocate to central government for legislative change to provide territorial authorities with greater regulatory and enforcement powers over vape retailers, including the ability to control the location, density, operation, advertising, product visibility, and the compliance standards of vape stores within their districts. And this has come from Wairua District Council. That's moved for support by Councillor Brown, seconded by Councillor Wang. Any discussion? No. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Excellent. Any against? That is carried. Thank you. Next is from Whangarei District Council. We have financial support for government reform implementation costs. Very timely considering our discussion. So this is the context, that LGNZ advocate to central government to provide specific targeted financial support to councils to implement the operational and governance changes that are proposed through the legislative reform program, for example, simplifying local government and RMA reforms. Any discussion? That's supported by Councillor Brown, seconded by Deputy Mayor. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Any against? That's carried. Thank you. Now from the Waikato District Council, we have removal of representation review requirements during simplified local government reform. That LGNZ advocate to the government on behalf of its members for compliance relief from the upcoming representation review requirements in light of the significant reforms proposed through the Simplifying Local Government Program and the recent Head Start pathway, which may render any review undertaken before the 2028 elections redundant. I do want to note, though, that Rotorua is due for the representation review, and depending how the Head Start decision in September goes, we will then start the representation review kind of immediately after that, so towards the end of this year, to be within our every 6 years cycle of needing a representation review. At least then we will know whether or not we've been approved in Head Start or not. So that's just the Rotorua context. I will just check if there's any questions on this one or comments. Councillor Patterson and Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Your Worship. If I recall, did we get told that even if our proposal is accepted through the Head Start pathway, we still have to conduct a review? Is that correct?
Afternoon, councillors, and through you, Your Worship. The legislation has not changed, and the legislation requires us to do it. We're on our 6-year cycle, and so we are abiding by the current legislation as it stands in front of us. When is the legislation changing? Will it be before then? Sorry, Councillor, I don't actually have that answer for you, and we as a sector are still trying to wrap our heads around the representation review. At this point in time, we have not seen any legislation changes, so we are going ahead as if we have to conduct a rep review.
Okay, thank you.
So Councillor, through you, Your Worship, if I can add, the way I see this potentially working, if we're accepted into Head Start, is we would do the representation review in order to inform the final proposal, and therefore, if the final proposal is given effect through legislation, we would then have done the rep review in order to inform the Unitary Council representation, and then that would be given effect through the bespoke legislation that comes through Head Start.
So that would be effectively part of the community consultation?
I'm not sure whether the same legislative processes apply, but effectively at the same time, yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, it would be ideal to run them at the same time. Yeah. Councillor Sanford?
I was just going to add that I'm in support of this remit, just because I'd like to see a more pragmatic approach from government in dealing with the representation reviews, because we are going through Head Start across the country. So in terms of how it applies across the country, I'm definitely supportive of this remit.
Thank you. And Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm not supportive of this remit. It seems, given our decision this morning and the likelihood of that going ahead, we would need to do a representation review as we head forward down a brand new path. And it is 6 years. We do have a legal requirement to do it. There may be other councils involved in Head Start where it would complicate matters, but I don't think that is us in this particular case. And there are reasons why representation reviews are held every 6 years, and in my view, we should go ahead and have one.
Thank you very much, and we'll carry on with comments. Sorry, Councillor Sanford, did you have one? Because we'll go Sanford,
I was just going to respond to, through you, Your Worship, to Councillor Lee. And this is the issue, I guess, with the remit, is that it's not confined to just us in our situation. It's a remit that would, hopefully LGNZ would be advocating on behalf of the country. And the issue is, at the moment, is the legislation is prescriptive, and the government has indicated a Head Start proposal that is going to be unique across the country, and they probably should have a mind to making sure that representation reviews are done where they are needed, but where they're also completely redundant because of changes happening, then they don't need to be done in those situations.
And we'll go Councillor Timera, Councillor O'Coltate, do you still have a question? Nope. Yes. Councillor O'Coltate and then Patterson.
Thank you. Yes, I do favour that we support the removal, this agenda, this remit. It could be, obviously during these reforms and the Head Start activity that we're all involved with, because it could be redundant work and it's going to cost and unnecessary at this point in time. So I would think that I'd support this one.
Thank you again. I'm just a little confused about how this is going to impact the result of the binding referendum, because we already know what that says for the next 2 elections.
Thank you.
Thank you, through you, Your Worship. So, Councillor, we would assess communities of interest as we have done through the Head Start proposal, except we'll be looking internally at the district. What we do know is that there will be Māori wards in the next election, and the makeup of that, though, and the makeup of the council could be different dependent on what your proposal would be. So what we do know is that there would be, under the current referendum and the current poll, we would have Māori wards nonetheless. So that would form part of the proposal that we would put together.
Thank you.
Okay, so I move to support. Do I have a seconder? That's seconded by Councillor Sanford. Support the proposed removal of representation review requirements, blah, blah. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Any against? That's carried. Thank you. Now, I just wanted to check in with councillors on how you want to take this next one. This actually came to us as a council to support, because it requires 5 councils or more to be put forward. At the time, it was indicated not support, so we can either take that forward as a not support, or we can support. I will just read out what the remit is, though. So this comes from Far North District Council, and it's that LGNZ advocate for legislative changes to devolve authority from officiating geographic place names from the Minister of Land Information to local authorities. I suppose if we've already been a not support, I'll just see if there is any support. And
yeah, I was just going to raise a point of clarification that we've essentially made this decision. So I think it would be a revocation of our earlier decision if we were to consider supporting this now.
Thank you. 2 separate processes. First one was whether or not we wish to be one of the 5 councils that support it to then go through. As you can see, they got a number of other councils that have supported, and so it's still through again for us to make a decision. But if someone wishes to propose not support, we can just deal with it now. And sorry, Councillor Temere had his hand up for a comment.
Sorry, point of clarification, Madam Chair. I wondered if governance could offer an opinion on the issue that I raised.
I have given you a sufficient answer. It's two separate processes. Do you have any additional concern?
Well, I was interested to hear what the governance had to say about it. That's
Councillor, sorry, through you, Madam Chair. Yeah, it's an interesting question, Councillor. And the first process was around supporting whether it goes forward to an LGNZ conference at all. What you're seeking today is whether those representatives actually support it or not at the AGM. So it is two different processes. It's pretty close on that line, though. But I understand your question. But it is two separate processes. So what the decision you seek today or decide today will decide whether the mayor and deputy mayor vote on that as you wish.
Councillor Timera.
Kia ora, thank you, Your Worship. Since our previous hui, I wish to support the mandate recommendation from the Far North District Council. Having done a little bit more rangahau since the time it was first proposed, I think it's a good opportunity for local authorities, particularly with the restoration of tipuna place names in different rohe across the country, to have the opportunity to decide those as a local decision for local communities, as opposed to the minister being the authority on those naming decisions. So I would like to support. I understand it's Mayor Moko that's put this forward, if I understand correctly. So I wish to change to a supporting of the mandate.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's just take a few comments. I will also mention that I'm actually supportive of it as well, because I'm supportive of any decision making being devolved from government to local councils. I know I've had a pretty hard time when it's gone the other way and we could choose our road rules. And I think if we were ever in a position that we wanted to choose our road names, by road rules I mean speed limit changes, if we ever wanted to choose our road names, I'll be open to that. And I just say that because I've actually had a number of families contact me over time, and sometimes it's little things like, actually I think that's spelt wrong, and this was our grandfather or whomever, and yeah, so it just takes such a long time to go through a minister. So that's the only reason why I thought support, and then at least it goes through a democratic process through council that's local. But we are open for any discussion, and we'll go Brown, Rekolate, Sanford, Timera Benfell.
Just a question from me, Your Worship. I assume there's some guardrails around how these names are permitted. I assume we wouldn't allow Elon Musk to name the streets the way he names his children.
There is an opportunity through the AGM, which will be online now, to ask questions of those putting it up. So if you wish me to ask regarding what are the guardrails, then we can certainly do that. Okay, we'll note that as a point. Councillor O'Kawate.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would not support this. The Minister for Land and Information, he's at arm's length. He or she is at arm's length, and I think that has, in the past, served the community well, particularly, and I do refer to iwi, whenever they have wanted to have one of their place names reinstated or in fact put in place for the first time, invariably around the council table that has been voted down, usually around the mutu, because they didn't have the numbers, and that was really why the minister often was supportive, and it went through in that regard. And so I think until that has changed significantly, I would think I'd like to not support this.
Thank you, Councillor Sanford.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship, and through you. I'm pretty close to being on the fence here, but I probably won't support this either, mainly because I think that it would be better to improve the current system and the weighting given to local knowledge instead of just purely handing it back to local authorities. I think there's enough room within the current system that it could be improved, and that's not in the existing remit.
Thank you. And this is all feedback that I've just asked staff to collect, so if it is a not support, we can pass on that feedback as well. And Okay, so that's all the comments. Do you have another comment?
Yes, I have a comment. This issue arose, as I understand it, with Mayor Moko wanting to rename Russell to a Māori name. And Russell, of course, is the first European settlement in New Zealand. So it's an area, it's an issue of national significance, actually, not just an issue of local significance. So I would say that the decision maker is the correct person to be making it at the moment, because places don't just belong locally, they are recognised nationally, and there's a whole reputation of the city that's been built up over nearly 200 years, and that could easily be set aside with a local perspective.
There's a range of views in here, obviously. I don't know for sure. That's not noted in our reports if that was actually the case. So let's not take that for fact. And this will still come to the RGNZ AGM, and following the results, I'll let you know how that goes. So do I have a mover or a seconder either way?
Yes, either way.
Okay, that's moved by Councillor, not support is moved by Councillor Sanford and seconded by Councillor Lee, and so we'll put that to the vote on not support. So just to be clear, if you don't support, please raise your hand. If you do support, if you don't support, please raise your hand. That is carried. If you did support or you're against that, you can also raise your hand. Sorry. If you're against being in, thank you everyone for that. We'll now move to our next one, which comes from the metro sector, our big cities. This is enhanced role for government in supporting sub-national diplomacy, and this is about local government NZ advocate to government and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade to formalise and increase its role in supporting sub-national diplomacy, including developing clear policy and capability to support and grow local government's contribution. Yeah. I might just start with a comment on this one, since I've had the pleasure to travel as mayor and also join a tourism delegation alongside Tim and Andrew, who are here from Rotorua NZ. There is great value in these international relationships. We know that not only with the significant increase that we saw in Chinese visitors after our recent China roadshows, but also and the significant amount of international students that we host, and of course even through our most active sister city of Beppu in Japan, where there's been over 8,000 students enjoy, and just most recently students from Rotorua College on a rugby trip, and the sister city Western Heights High School. What I will say though is a lot of this has been done on us just making it up as we go, trying to seek advice where possible, but I think it would be helpful if there was if it was a lot clearer on what the role is of both Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade and then also councils, and what support and capability that councils could have, so that we can see across the sector everyone be able to enjoy the opportunities that we have had with sub-national diplomacy. Any other comments? Councillor Sanford?
Yes, Your Worship. I also support this wholeheartedly. I think this is a really good idea. I think in the past, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade has often just concentrated at the very top, and there's a huge amount of things that actually promote foreign affairs and trade and New Zealand internationally, whether that's be local government, whether it be arts and culture or sport, and having them work in those spaces is actually really important. And there have been some changes, but I think having a remit like this is really positive.
Thank you. And Councillor Wang.
Thank you, Your Worship. Not to prolong this any further, but just in support of the comments that you and Councillor Sanford have made, the delegations that we've hosted have been hugely beneficial, especially in contributing the funds for the travel required for those for the tourism delegations and for your travel and elected members' travel, so that the ratepayers don't have to fund that, and which is hugely beneficial. Also, the city-to-city links have like you've mentioned, through education and sport and arts and culture, environment in cities have been progressing, and especially our links with Indigenous culture as well, and building those relationships through our strengths in things like that. So I think this is really great, because then it hopefully what I can see is providing a bit more support to local government, and I guess that awareness. And when we do host delegations or build those relationships, that we get that kind of the angle on both sides of suitability and safety, risk, all of that stuff. But it's a great thing to be looking into.
Thank you. And then from one of our councillors who's probably done the most international advocacy, Councillor Maxwell.
Madam Mayor, I'll give a long speech. Tō toko. Thank you.
Would you like to move this one, Councillor Maxwell? Okay. And that's seconded by Councillor Patterson. So that is support the proposed remit, enhance role for government in supporting subnational diplomacy. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Any against?
I'll abstain if I may, if that could be recorded.
No problem. So we now go to the next one, and this is from Waikato Regional Council, bulk funding of transport activities, that LGNZ calls on government, opposition parties and NZTA to support a move to bulk funding for basic and repeatable transport activities, thereby acknowledging the efficiency and financial gains and reduction in funding risk this change would provide to local government, and supports a trail of this proposed bulk funding approach for the 2027-2030 funding round amongst a group of councils which have demonstrated strong performance in delivering public transport services and or maintaining transport infrastructure. Questions from probably a lot of us. Councillor Patterson.
Yes, Madam Chair. Who's the group?
I'm not sure, sorry.
I'm not so sure about this.
Sorry, if I may.
Apologies. Councillor Sanford.
Sorry, just to answer that question. In the detailed part of their remit, they talk about Transport New Zealand selecting the group based on their criteria that they would put in place. A trusted group to start the process is what they talk about.
So unlikely we'd be on that list.
We're in zone 2.
Point of order. And sorry, Councillor Barker, followed by Brown.
Actually, it's just a question probably for the staff about what they think about this. Would this actually be beneficial and help our cause in the future if this sort of thing finds favour? And maybe we could be in the group, could we not? Anyways.
Maybe we could. I might just check if Andrew or Stavros just have any general comments on this. I suppose the key question really is, do we think Rotorua will benefit from this? And I do acknowledge that we're actually going through major unitary authority changes. Transport is one of the big, so whether or not we can deal with it at this AGM or a future one, I don't know. Any comments from Andrew or Stavros?
Through you, Chair. My understanding is that with the government changing the criteria of sourcing funding to support NZTA, on the funding assistance rates, and obviously there are going to be some needs for both private, roading networks and especially public transports to secure reliable long-term funding for this kind of activities. I'm not aware at this point in time, or have not been notified, that our funding assistance rate at the local level is changing. However, by actually getting more security of bulk funding major transport activities, probably the intention here is actually to solidify any certainty to have our local roading network. So I see nothing contentious about that. The question is whether, as some councillors noted, some of that bulk funding will go towards public transport, or which you don't have a significant input into that, other than providing local facilities like bus shelters and all the likes. But I think the majority of that will be headed towards public transport. We are not really a major contributor. Rather, it's a regional or metro areas, metro activities.
Thank you. And this has come from the Waikato Regional Council as well, although it was supported at Zone 2, which has both territorial authorities as well. Councillor Brown, did you still?
I guess the question I have is whether some of the funding is retained for emergency situations. It's not all bulk funded. Just imagine if Gabriel landed on a region that there's money retained for those sorts of repairs. You don't know, I guess.
Again, as I said earlier, I am not aware that the emergency funding or works we undertake from time to time. For example, as you know, in the last few months, we had to fund about just over $3 million of emergency reconstitutional works for culverts, as a result of weather effects. My understanding at the moment that the funding contribution of up to 77% by NZTA is not changing, but of course it's always going to be subject to how much reserves NZTA retain in their long-term budgets for such emergency work. So the detail of that escapes me at this point in time.
Thank you. And I'm just wondering, given we seem a bit uncertain on what this is, vote for, we may not quite understand. A vote against, we may be not helping someone that this would need to help, so we could also abstain. So we're not necessarily pushing it one way or the other. So I'd like to move that we abstain from this proposed remit. I have a seconder in Councillor Wang. All those in favour to abstain from this one, please raise your hand. Any against abstaining? Thank you, that is carried. But what I will do is just get a quick summary of those sorts of queries and just send it to Waikato Regional Council to prepare them for talking to all councils this week. So at least we've helped them as we can. Now we go to our next one, which is about audit. Whether or not council support or not improving LTP audit requirements. So this one's come from Gisborne District Council. I'll just read it out, that LGNZ advocate to government for improvements to the efficiency, proportionality and cost effectiveness of audit requirements for long-term plans and consultation documents, including 1, greater proportionality in audit requirements, ensuring that audit effort is aligned with council's size, complexity, risk and materiality, and 2, reducing duplication across audit stages, particularly where similar information assumptions are subject to repeated review, and 3, improving standardisation, transparency and cost control in audit delivery to reduce rework and improve consistency across the sector and to constrain excessive or escalating audit fees through greater transparency of audit pricing and benchmarking of costs across the sector.
Through your worship, I think the CFO might have some comments on this one before questions arise.
Thank you, through the chair. Look, from a staff perspective on this particular topic, we have a great relationship with Audits New Zealand as our appointed auditor. We work really well together, but they are appointed by the Office of the Auditor General. They have something of a monopoly on our service because we can't re-tender for the work. Any effort to improve the efficiency and effectiveness of the audit process would be appreciated. Noting the complexity of an LTP can be subjective because they do go through things that are more qualitative, not just quantitative.
Okay, so we'll open up for any comments. No. Do we have anyone there wishes to support or not support? Councillor Sanford? Support. That's seconded by Councillor Te Mara Benfell. I'll put that to the vote then. That council support the proposed remit improving LTP audit requirements at the LGNZ 2026 AGM. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Any against? That is carried. Thank you. Okay, we are on our roll. I now have the final remit, which is from Stratford District Council, a fairer approach to uneconomic transport infrastructure funding. The LGNZ advocate for a fairer approach towards uneconomic transport infrastructure, where either NZTA commits to co-funding this infrastructure if councils remain legally obligated to own and maintain it, and or the government provides clearer guidance and support for councils downgrading or ceasing service to low traffic volume areas. I might just see if Stavros has any comments on this before I open it up. Stavros?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think through you, obviously, I would support it. As a mainly rural roading network authority, we've got about 75% of our network is in the rural area, which generally serves a small number of properties. A particular example is the recent culvert failure in Napuri Road, which with the roads of a few kilometers only serve 4 properties. So while NZTA holds us accountable towards maintaining the standards of those, low traffic roads, at the same time the funding assistance rate is not really consistent with the burden of the local ratepayers. So I think that remedy is worthwhile exploring. That's the possibility where NZTA is either going to provide more funding in those circumstances, or on the other direction allows the council to downgrade the importance or level of significance of these roads, and therefore makes invest less in maintenance of these roads. At the moment, we are expected to maintain those roads to a particular standard, but the funding assistance from NZTA is not commensurate to that particular standard.
So we have moved to support by, you further question? Do you have a question? Okay, so that's been moved to support by Councillor Wang. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Patterson. All those in favour to support, please raise your hand. Any against? That's passed. Thank you very much, everyone. So next up, that concludes our remits, but it's now my great pleasure to introduce Mayor Ben Bell. Mayor has come here all the way from Gore, and we're very fortunate that he just happens to be in the Rotorua when we're having this council meeting as well. So we welcome you, Ben, and Ben is the chairperson of Mayor's Task Force for Jobs. So just to quickly overview this. As you would see, as an attachment, there has been a request from Mayor's Task Force for Jobs for Rotorua Lakes Council to re-sign as a member. We have been a member in the past, but as of recent years, we haven't. And so it's really an opportunity for Mayor Ben Bell to share a little bit more with this new council about what Mayor's Task Force for Jobs is, and then answer any questions that you may have as well. So we'll just get the presentation. We'll get the presentation up, and I just ask for a mover and a seconder that we can receive this. That's moved by Councillor Barker, seconded by Councillor Brown, that we receive this presentation. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Thank you. That's carried. Boom. There we go.
Fantastic.
Awesome, Ben. Over to you. Thank you.
Lovely. Thank you, Your Worship. Bit weird for me to be on this side of the table as opposed to that side of the table, but I am very pleased to be doing it in such a beautiful building, and your staff have been absolutely fantastic in hospital today. So thank you very much for the opportunity. I do want to put out a quick disclaimer, and I will say I'll blame it on the Head Start because I'm going through that as well, and I'm sure that there are plenty of discussions going on, and your Mayor is working very hard to juggle up all the options as well as everyone around this table. The consequences of that is that when getting out of the car, I didn't bring my own laptop, which has my updated PowerPoint, so we're going with the draft. So there will be some slides in here that
look a bit rough around the edges, or that I will skip over, and that's because it's the draft, and my crisp new one is sitting on my laptop in an Uber, currently at my hotel. So apologies for that, but as any good politician does, we adapt and we try and get on with it anyway. So I'm here not in capacity as the Mayor of Gore, but as the Chair of Mayor's Task Force for Jobs. What we're going to do is explain kind of where this has come from, what Mayor's Task Force for Jobs is all about, a little bit about the trust structure, which is where I'm going to try and convince you to become members again, and also about the Community Employment Program as well, which is really our flagship program that we work with the lovely people at MSD and help deliver outcomes for young people across the country. So we'll go over those, and then I'll try and leave as much time as possible for questions, because I know as elected members it's the best way that you learn from presentations. I'm going to start with a quick video, and hopefully it's going to play. There we go.
In February 2000, a group of 7 mayors from around New Zealand gathered right here in Christchurch to establish Mayor's.
My strength is not that of a single warrior, but that of many.
In February 2000, a group of 7 mayors from around New Zealand gathered right here in Christchurch to establish Mayor's Task Force for Jobs. The idea being that there was a role for us to play in developing employment opportunities for our young people. But what started as a small group with an idea has grown into a nationwide network of New Zealand mayors. I'm really proud to be part of something that unlocks potential and encourages young people, while also, as a bonus, it enriches our own experiences as mayors.
We worked on a vision for the Mayor's Task Force together. And that's the important message I want to give tonight. Together. Central government, local government, community sector, private sector. We're all in this together.
I get a tap on my shoulder. And I look around, there's this little old lady, older than me. She looked up and she said, I know who you are, you don't know who I am, but I just want to tell you that my son came through one of your apprenticeship programs nearly 20 years ago. He's now married with his own children, he runs his own business, and she said, you saved him. You don't know the changes you make to people by just doing what you do.
Our district was in a corner. We've been 19,200 and we plummeted to 16,400, and it was the young ones that just did not see a future. And all of a sudden, if you give a kid a chance and you wrap the support around them, and our population's just gone back through 19,000. For the 850 kids that we've got into work inclusive, I don't know if I paid my debt to society, but I've given it a shot. Thank you, Task Force, because you define me as a mayor.
All of this is because every single mayor in the country believes that our young people are the future of our communities and our country. To every one of you that are here tonight, thank you for taking it so personally. Thank you for being the shoulders that our rangatahi stand on, MSD. We have helped more than 8,500 young people into employment.
See, they can explain it a whole lot better than I can. So those were all former chairs of Mayor's Task Force for Jobs over the last 26 years, from its infancy all the way through to what it is today. If I could get to the next slide.
My strict
There we go. Thank you. I've thrown your tech team a huge curveball today. So these are the stats at the moment, and this is how it's changed in the last couple of years. So we've got a really high NEET rate. So NEET stands for Not in Education, Employment or Training. So that can be people who are either on the job seeker or 16, 17, and soon to be 18 and 19-year-olds who aren't applicable for the job seeker, but also aren't in school, aren't in training,
or aren't in employment. So it's a pretty big problem here in New Zealand, and it is something that mayors and councils across the country have been really passionate about for a long, long time, because ultimately these are the young people in their communities, and they try and keep them in their communities rather than having to go overseas or be on the welfare into the future as well. So we have two parts to MTFJ, and this might take a little bit to understand. So we have the Mayor's Task Force Trust, which is the membership organisation. So we have about 50 members, or just over 50 members in New Zealand. So those are councils around the country that pay the membership fee, are active members, they get involved. Not all of those are Community Employment Program councils. So the other part is the Community Employment Program. That's the MSD contract that we have that I'll dive into a little bit and try and talk about how Rotorua might be able to be involved in that in the future, and kind of what your stats are as well. So just on the trust and what your membership gets you. So really to be able to knock on central government's door and to fight for our communities and fight for our young people, we try and strive for 100% membership. We know that budgets are tight within councils, but we think this is a really important piece of work, and councils across the country have thought it's a good piece of work for a long period of time now. We have members that aren't actually in local government New Zealand, but are members with us, like Christchurch and Auckland. They're big fans of the program. I met with Mayor Phil not very long ago, and he said, you know, I'm not really too bothered if Christchurch doesn't get a direct return from our membership, as long as it goes towards helping someone somewhere get into employment, because ultimately they're going to be people in our economy that spend money within his city. But if you are the what do we get sort, so we'll talk about the MSD contract, and we'll talk about the Social Investment Agency as well, which ties into that. But we have a really strong relationship now, and we have an MOU, in fact, with the King's Trust Aotearoa, and we've worked hard with Mayor Tanya to bring an enterprise program here, even though that you aren't currently members, and support with them, and we work with them to make sure that they have that connection with council, that we can fill up the roster of young people, and they learn about how to build a business, and then if they're really successful, the King's Trust will actually kick in behind and help them start that future. And that trust is from King Charles III himself. So it was set up a long while ago. The next bit is Outward Bound. So I know that Phil said that he doesn't care if he gets a return. He actually got a return through Outward Bound in the previous year. His membership fee, we spent more than that sponsoring some young people within Christchurch to go on Outward Bound, and that's fantastic for work experience and life experience. Some of the people in my own district that I've seen, their entire lives turned around from doing an Outward Bound course, going away, being in nature, being away from phones and their parents and having to survive on their own, is really powerful. And for us who are trying to get them into employment, it makes it a huge amount easier if we break that cycle. And cool. So then I'll move on to the MSD funded program. So this is the Community Employment Program, which we work with our partners at MSD on. So as you can see, with successive governments, the funding amount has changed, but it's been pretty solid with this term of government that it's an $8 million envelope, and to achieve 900 outcomes. Not quite 9,000 outcomes, 900 outcomes. We used to work with 50% NEETs and probably about 50% job seeker clients. With the change in direction from government, which we're not contesting at all, they are hell-bent on getting people off the job seeker benefit. And so that means it's changed our direction a little bit, and they want to get 50,000 off benefit in general, so that means that 80% of our outcomes have to be job seeker clients. We don't imagine that it'll be forever. It's just because unemployment, especially youth unemployment, is so high at the moment. So those who are on job seeker and on welfare are slightly more important to the government to get off, but we certainly help a lot of needs. We exceeded that target this year. We got 1,083 confirmed outcomes off job seeker, and then we helped closer to 1,300 into some form of employment or training, because sometimes people go back to school or go into university as well, which is a great outcome too. So as I said earlier, not every council is a community employment program. So Christchurch and Auckland don't have a community employment program. They have lots of MSD services. But lots of, especially our rural and provincial councils, are community employment program councils. And so that $8 million that we get from MSD gets divvied up and dished out across the country based on need, based on how much the council wants to be involved, based on a number of factors, performance, etc. We work with those who are really keen to try and get employment outcomes in their area. I always like to highlight a place like Mackenzie's. So Mackenzie's quite a small district, and that's where Twizel is. And it's quite small, but it's quite remote as well. So they don't have an MSD office. To get a driver's license, they have to drive 2 hours to Timaru. So to try and get a job, there's no public transport. You think about the extra barriers that a young person has to be able to get into employment. So that's where our coordinators who are within councils can really craft and help get those young people jobs. So the way that we do it is we engage with the young people and with the community. This is where the magic of the mayors really comes in, is that Mayor Tanya will have a whole bunch of networks, and I'm sure all the elected members around this table will have a whole bunch of networks out there in Rotorua, businesses that are starting up or need help or are willing to take a chance on a young person. That's access that MSC simply doesn't have. We are in our communities, we know where those gaps are, and we know where those businesses are that will take a chance on a young person. When they take a chance on a young person, then we support them, we make sure that they get a driver's license, the skills, the training, maybe it's CVs, maybe it's walking them through an interview, maybe it's just making sure that they get up on time, shave, shower, wear the right clothes, get to an interview prepared. It's really sometimes as simple as that. And then once they're employed, making sure that they have that partial care, that support, sometimes going from being in school to doing a 40 hours a week job is quite a step up and need a little bit of support to make sure that they stay in that employment and in a lot of cases make sure they don't fall back into the welfare system. So you're probably asking yourself, why on earth are councils doing this? This should be a government job. This is MSD's bread and butter. Why we've been told to get back to basics, do the basics brilliantly. Why on earth do we do this? And I think it's because councils care. And I want to show you, this is the statistics for Rotorua. If I can get rid of the video. It's like a cliffhanger. You just want to bring it up.
We worked on a vision.
I don't know why that's in there, sorry. See, this is the problem with the draft. I should just make sure I get my laptop out of the car.
For the Mayor's Task Force together. And that's the important message I want to give tonight. Together.
Yeah, we're just... Lovely. There we go. Yeah, perfect. So, as you can see, the number of NEETs within the Rotorua district is, I hate to say it, quite high. When you break that down, that's 1 in 4 young person within the Rotorua district, 16 to 24 years old, that is not in employment, education or training. And this is arguably the most able workforce that we have. And it's very similar in pockets of the country as well. It's a problem that needs to be addressed. And in some cases, councils are very well placed to do it. We're not going to solve the whole problem, but we talk to the schools, we talk to retailers, we talk to businesses, we know our young people. We want them to stay here. But if there isn't employment or they don't know how to get that employment, they're either on the job seeker benefit or they're off somewhere else. For you guys, it'll be Hamilton, Auckland to try and find a job. The job seeker rate as well, 17.1, so 1 in 5, a little bit less, 1 in 6 is on the job seeker at that young age. And we find that when you're on the job seeker at a young age, it's incredibly hard to get off it. We're also really proud of trying to break the cycle as well. We really want to help those who are 16 and 17 if school's not their thing and they want to leave. Trying to get them as they leave school is really, really important, because if they get into that cycle, if they break that cycle of getting up and going to school and having someone they need to be, and fall into the trap of playing PlayStation or going and hanging out with your friends all day and having a sweet life on mum and dad, or doing whatever. It's really, really hard to get them back into employment, and it does increase the likes of social anxiety and things as well. Next slide. Lovely. So these are some steps. I might just jump to the next slide and we'll come back to this one, if that's all right. So you won't be able to see it particularly well there, but this is the impact that Mayor's Task Force to Jobs has, especially with the Community Employment Program. So this is data. This is our partnership with the Social Investment Agency. So they've taken all of our data, the names, removed the names, but done birth dates and matched names to what's called the IDI. And then they've compared it to an identical subset of young people with identical conditions within the welfare system and within the IDI, and compared their trajectory from those who have been part of the Mayor's Task Force for Jobs programs and those who haven't. And as you can see, it's quite a drastic impact of the likelihood that they will stay in employment after we've got them a job, and also the chances of them turning towards tertiary education as well. So while we obviously aim to get young people into work, there's also the opportunity of getting them into education, which is a great thing too, because they're more likely to get into employment at the end. I'll go back to the other slide. That also shows that we deal with those that somewhat have the odds stacked against them as well. So, for example, they're more likely to be dealing with someone who has been stood down at school. Those are just the sort of young people that we deal with in MTFJ. More likely to have used mental health services than the average person. More likely to have been detained by the police than the average young person. So, these are young people that have ultimately had it stacked up against them, and it's just having their local council, their local mayor standing beside them and giving them that helping hand that is so hard to come by these days. I'll go to the last slide and then I'll open for questions because I've talked far more than I usually do. There's a couple of projects that we are working on with the Trust as well that we think that might be interesting to Rotorua and also to anyone who's not a member as well at the moment. We really want to branch into social procurement. The way I like to socialise this is in smaller councils. I'll use my own for example. We have usually a provision around procurement that 5% needs to go towards social procurement, helping someone who's on the welfare system or a young person or an apprentice. That can be your roading contracts, your tenders, etc. Now, a council like mine or smaller councils, and I'm not sure about it here, but they don't have the capacity to actually check up on that. We go, this is what you need in the tender, but there's no way to prove that you've actually delivered that social procurement. And when that tender comes up again, there's no waiting to say whether or not that social procurement's actually been fulfilled. We strongly believe that it should be our own locals that are getting the jobs, that we're giving the tenders to within. It can be, international contractors, but they should be hiring local people to deliver the work that locals are paying for. Locals by locals for locals. So we've already got the systems with Mayor's Task Force to Jobs to track a lot of these, so we'll just be applying them to social procurement, and that would be outside of the CEP program. We really want to get back into helping 16 to 18-year-olds. It's been with the Community Employment Program with the focus on job seekers, it's a lot more 18 plus, but there is a real need, especially within the schools, helping them develop that pathway. And the last is co-funding as well. We've had some really, really good conversations since we became a trust with philanthropics and with large businesses as well, who believe in this kaupapa, who believe in the work that we're doing, and ultimately want to support those young people who may become their employees later down the track. So if we can bring in local, central and private investment together to be able to help our young people, we think that's a really good thing. I'll leave it at that. I'll open to questions. I'm not looking for a recommendation that you sign off on a membership. I just really wanted to present, and again, thank you, Your Worship, for the opportunity. It worked out really well in terms of schedules, didn't it? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much to Your Worship. And it was quite beautiful for us in this time of grieving that we see and hear Mayor David, former Mayor of Taupo, who was actually the one speaking at the start of that video as well. So you can see how many mayors of the past, current, and I have no doubt future will continue to support this. So this is an opportunity to ask questions. As has been mentioned, there's no decision making today, but ask away on questions, and then I'll bring this back to Council in future on whether or not you wish to join. And I'll just do that informally because the cost of membership, as you've seen, is around $5,000 a year. So not normally of the significance that would require a Council vote. However, would greatly appreciate your feedback. Open for questions now. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for the report, Mayor Ben. Just regarding one of your earlier slides, the one that had the list of all of the councils who are involved in the program, see that again, please. So, am I reading this wrong, or there are not too many supporting cities from our size up? It's all smaller. Is that correct?
Yeah, so that's correct. In the outset of Mayor's Task Force's jobs, and certainly the community employment program, it was primarily targeted at rural and provincial councils, at smaller rural and provincial councils. We have seen great success though in Palmerston North City, so they're brand new, and Kapiti is also quite large. They're new as well, and Wanganui's been going for a couple of years as well. So we've seen success in those areas. MSD. I don't want to speak out of turn, but always a little bit hesitant because there are lots of services. But you saw the NEETs number. There's always a need to get, an extra 20, 30 odd young people into work, and if a council can help. My personal view is I don't think there's ever enough support for young people. There's plenty more that can be given.
Subsequent question to that. And later in your presentation, you mentioned, correct me if I'm wrong, that your policy to employing contractors for doing council work, that those contractors must employ local people, is that correct?
Yeah, so most councils, and again, I'm not sure about the specifics of your own, have some sort of provision around social procurement when they do large tenders. Places like Auckland and even Christchurch have big procurement teams, so they manage the tenders and make sure that they're meeting their obligations. Smaller councils don't have that capacity. I mean, we're all running on the smell of an oily rag. We're trying to keep ratepayers' funds light. So if we can track what those employment outcomes are and make sure that they are getting young people or beneficiaries jobs for, let's say, a roading contract, then I think that's great for us as elected members to know all across the country, so that we know that the money that we're dishing out for tenders is actually going back into the pockets of locals.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. We've got Councillor Wang and then Lee.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Your Worship. It's a great presentation, and in the whole, I really support the purpose of this, and seeing the messaging, the kaupapa, really support it. My questions are just, I guess, around what relationships have you built with local community organisations? I'm talking more like in a local context. We don't have to use a Rotorua context because obviously we haven't been a member for a few years, but what relationships do you have with these programs when you're working with local community organisations that are already doing the job of this? Local community organisations that are doing the youth development, the career employment outreach and development and the opportunities there, the local organisations that already have the relationships, established long-standing relationships with local businesses. I'm just kind of aware that it seems to be a little bit of an overlap in the work. So, yeah, thank you.
No, great question. And actually a number of questions from mayors, especially new mayors who have come on board, because they asked the same thing. The way I like to describe it, it's an and, not an or. We can all operate within the same space and help the same young people to get into employment. Councils and especially mayors have access to businesses and opportunities that those other areas may not. And similarly, those community groups have access to areas that we may not as councils as well. So there is a diversification there. There's quite a few contracts that MSD has. I know that in my local area, so we've got the Community Networking Trust that does very similar work, but they have what's called an HPR contract. That contract is to try and place really hard to place. They get referrals, but they get a lot harder. The referrals that we get for MTFJ are, it should be relatively work ready, a little bit of a tune up and a little bit of a helping hand, and we can get them employment. So there's different levels to all of this, and it really, I know of a lot of councils that sit down with, I know that Whangarei is looking at, Whakatane is looking at doing this, of sitting down with their local providers and going, how do we make sure that we don't overlap and that we're in our little lane and you can do your thing as well. But the crux of it is there's heaps of need out there. Us doing our part is only one piece of the puzzle.
Thank you for that. And I absolutely agree. There's heaps of need out there. I'm also thinking, like, because there is heaps of need out there, and there are also a lot of stresses on in the funding environment as well, in the philanthropic environment. So those community organisations that are already delivering that, quite often I think, they're really having to meet those numbers in their contracts to be able to keep the funding that they're getting from government providers. And, quite often there are clawback clauses in all of them as well now, very strict clawback clauses. So it's really great to hear that there's, that you're looking to do that kind of collaborative approach, which is always great to see, wearing my other funding hat as well. So thank you for the presentation, and really support the kaupapa and the work that you're doing. And I really love that alongside approach rather than, being opposed to each other.
I'll just add, we have those same provisions. We are constantly going into battle for the contract funding as well, and trying to keep the CEP program alive. I think the trust will continue in perpetuity because there is that desire to still advocate. But yes, we have clawback provisions and making sure. But we have an amazing network of coordinators who always exceed their targets, so it makes my job a lot easier.
Thank you. And then question from Councillor Lee, and then we'll look to wrap this up. Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Ben, for popping in to see us. We all love our kids and young people and want the best for them. I know my son would have an opinion about your presentation. Playing devil's advocate, so we can get those out the way. Is this a full well-beings issue?
That's a good question. I mean, I think it probably is, let's be honest, it probably is. But then I look at it in the aspect of, ultimately, for economic growth, which is what this government's about, and for getting people off welfare as well, I think it's a good thing. I think our young people should be working within our communities. I think that makes our communities more prosperous. So you could say it's definitely the social services space, but it is also looking after the community that we serve as well.
Yes, thank you for your candidness there. Appreciate that. I think my son would argue, because he's been through the process of trying to get his first step on the career ladder, and not found it easy. He's a smart kid, but nevertheless, he would argue that perhaps our immigration settings aren't is quite right. So he might try and attack the problem from a different perspective.
Councillor Lee, we'll
organisation...
close that off there, because that is entirely irrelevant and actually not something that our council has any mandate over. That's okay.
You can let me have a crack, Mia? I'd love to answer it. Look, there is actually plenty of jobs out there, and I know that goes against the grain of there's a lot of narrative that the job market's tight, and it is, for sure, but there's lots of jobs out there. But there is a whole lot of challenges for young people in terms of, and your son would have experienced them, to getting that job in the first place. That we have very experienced people competing for the same jobs, and that can be looked at public service cuts or any immigration rules, whatever you like. But there's also things like the changes in AI. It's so easy to put forward a CV now, and employers are struggling when they get 300 applications for a checkout job. They just pick the top of the pile because they just don't have the capacity to do that. But then all of those young people have worked really hard to miss out. So that's where we can help, and it's the mayor or the elected member having a conversation with the supermarket and going, I've got this young person, he's really keen, can you fit them in somewhere? It's pretty special.
I notice you're even cheaper than LGNZ. So, thank you.
Very efficient, great for value. Thank you. And we'll take one final question from Councillor Te Mara Benfell.
Kia ora. Thank you, Your Worship. As probably as many of my colleagues know, this is an area of high interest and high passion for me, and I make most of my days are in community development and running a community centre here in Rotorua based purely around rangatahi development. Some of my colleagues touched on a really important aspect of youth development for Rotorua and social development more broadly, is around understanding how we all fit into our social ecosystem. And so I suppose that's really the question, is understanding how the Mayor's Task Force can integrate into some of those wider social ecosystems that exist within our city. For example, we have a Rotorua Community Leadership Group that we're a part of that leads a lot of those aspects from a public sector point of view. We have a Māori providers ecosystem that specialises in the youth development area, likewise with other networks who we all are mostly on the same page about things sometimes. So I'm just wondering, is there a plan to integrate the Mayor's Task Force into those local communities, or is it more the council that's signing up does that, or how does that aspect look for what you're trying to achieve here?
Yeah, with all due respect, Councillor, that's your part of the puzzle, right? If you are to become members, then that's fantastic. You've got those networks ready to go, and you can come to us because we're a national program and go, look, we've got 4 young people who are really keen to do Outward Bound. Can you slot them in? Can you give them a sponsorship? Can you help them out? Or we've got 20 young people who are really keen and they're entrepreneurial and they want to do something different. Can you bring a King's Trust here? I mean, that's what we've already heard from Your Worship. So we can bring those things to you. You just let us know. I mean, if you're already integrated into that, it makes our job really easy because you just flick. I'll acknowledge Tammy, who will be watching as well. She is the lifeblood. She's our one staff member who does everything behind the scenes. So you just get in touch with her, and she's got a spider network of different things that she can hook those young people up and help them out on a national level.
Thank you. Well, that concludes our questions, but I will also acknowledge that Mayor's Task Force for Jobs, we've been in touch with each other also on a relevant topic to Rotorua when people find themselves sleeping rough or homeless. So the Mayor's Task Force for Homelessness and the strategy that comes from that and preventing it is very likely will be working in partnership and supported by Mayor's Task Force for Jobs anyway. So that's fantastic. So Your Worship, Ben, thank you very much for being here. We're delighted that you were here in person, and as you can see, a great opportunity for us to get to understand the great work of Mayor's Task Force for Jobs. So thank you very much, and we look forward to catching up with you later.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Everyone, I know it's been a very long day, but what we're going to do is just shuffle a little bit so that our Rotorua NZ, we can take our CCO quarterly update because they do need to be at another commitment at 3 o'clock. But by 3 o'clock, we will have a break as well, and we'll just take a quick 10 or 15 minute break. So if you are after this from Destination Development Dashboard on and you're in the room, you can hang out until 10 past 3 at minimum. So my pleasure to welcome our Chair Tim and also of course our CE Andrew Wilson. What I will do though is just ask if we can have a, sorry, I'll just find it. We are on page 84 of our agenda. And I ask for a mover and a seconder that the report CCO Quarterly Report Rotorua NZ Quarter 3 Financial Year 2026 be received. That's moved by Councillor Patterson, seconded by Councillor Brown. All those in favour to receive the report, please say aye. Aye. Thank you. That's carried. And so I now hand over to Tim. Kia ora.
Kia ora tātou. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Your Worship. Good afternoon, Deputy Mayor Sandra and councillors. Nice to be here. probably been a bit too long for me. It's been a few months away, so nice to be back around the table. Just want to once again appreciate the support that our organisation gets from Council and the belief that you have in us. But we also appreciate today you've got a very, very full agenda. So I won't hold proceedings up. I'm going to pass across to Chief Executive Andrew, just to highlight any key points to you, and we can take it from there. Kia ora.
Thank you, Sam. Through the chair, look, we did provide a short presentation. I'm happy, given the length of your day, to skip that and just take it as read and just take questions if that's acceptable to everyone. I'm seeing a few nods, so happy to turn over for any questions.
Thank you. And we are open for questions, and the presentation is also in Stella for anyone that wishes to have a look. And I do note that the vast majority of your non-financial performance is on track or achieved. So congratulations, and also the net surplus that's there as well. Any questions? Councillor Sanford, followed by Brown.
Thank you, Your Worship. I didn't want you not to get any questions, so I thought I should have one. And there's a Excel spreadsheet, for lack of a better word, and it talks about domestic visitor card expenditure being off track, but further down it talks about the percentage of domestic travellers that have visited Rotorua being the same as the year before. And I was just wondering if you could sort of talk to that trend a little bit. So we're getting roughly the same amount of visitors, but they're spending less. Is my take on that roughly correct?
Look, it's one of the nuances with the data sets. So the data that we're reporting in terms of visitor spend is what they call domestic card data. It's an incomplete data set, and so while we always forecast that we're going to see an increase in it, it doesn't capture all domestic spending. So for example, it doesn't capture all of the EFTPOS terminals, it doesn't capture online stuff, so it's quite ropey. And we've got a bit of an issue that's emerged around the total measurement of spend for visitors, which we're just working through with MB at the moment to say, well, how do we rectify that? Probably the volume data is more reliable. That's basically modelled off a cell phone data count, so we've got more confidence in that. But what I would say is, our general feeling is, and I think it played out over the recent weekend with Matariki and the school holidays, town was really busy, right? And I think we all would acknowledge that. I think, we've seen to a degree what happens when we see those fuel prices come back down again. People felt a bit more confident to get out and travel. We should take that as a really positive sign that I think we're over the worst of some of those reputational challenges. And I think, when people feel like they've got a bit of excess money in their pockets, they are getting out and travelling, and clearly they're coming here. So, it's it's one of those kind of tough ones, which, I think part of the picture's in there, but it's not the whole picture.
If I was answering it from just an operator point of view, I'd say the domestic spend is pretty flat overall. Unit spend per customer and spend across the board. It's a tough economic market to drive domestic consumer spend down.
Thank you. And Councillor Brown, followed by Patterson.
Thank you, Your Worship. I don't want to hold things up too much. When will we hear back about Crankworks and report on their last event metrics? Is that something on the agenda?
We can pick that up with governance in terms of finding them a slot. So they should come back and report to you guys directly, as you are the shareholder and owner of MBE. Yep.
Okay. One more, if I may. I'm going to ask it. I'm not sure if it works or not, but I've got this thing going on in my head that motels as a business model kind of seen their day a little bit. And, we've got product that's been too old for a decade on Fenton Street as an example. What do you guys have an opinion or a view of how we might get either redevelopment on Fenton Street around some of those motel sites or other?
Look, it's a really tough perennial problem, right? And I think we've spoken about this in the past that, if you went back pre-COVID, we probably had an excess or a surplus of supplying that particular kind of market segment. I think that continues to be probably be the case, that some of them are quite tired and they haven't seen a lot of reinvestment. It's a pretty challenging space to think about how you would intervene to see a change there. What we will do is, I know that part of the work that's going on around the inner city at the moment, and considering, what other incentives could be provided to support redevelopment or new development, we'll also make sure that we consider, that Fenton Street and those particular style of properties and that thinking as well. So, it'd be a case of it's not going to be there's a magic pot of money to go and buy a motel and put a bulldozer through it. It's going to be how could you support and maybe just tip a development from being, marginal into making, commercial sense.
As a global trend, I think motels are probably on the down anyway. So I think that's a global trend, and that's brought about partly by Airbnb and the rise of serviced apartments as an accommodation option. So I think you're just seeing, you're seeing that flip over in market. So I think that's probably just a reflection of a global situation, but it's also playing out in New Zealand as we see those other accommodation forms, growing and prospering.
Yeah. And I'd add to, I think, completely support what Tim said. I think we're starting to see, more reinvestment interest in the hotels at the moment. And I think, naturally, as you start to cascade down through that, you'll start to hear more in the motel sector as well. We've certainly had, there's certainly some pretty proactive motel operators out there, I think, who do an incredible job. Some of them are thinking very proactively around how do they think about what their product looks like. And obviously, we're happy to support them where we can as well.
Thank you very much, and do acknowledge that we have a number of motels and hoteliers that have done significant refurbishments, and of course the Pokero Orua Trust are locking in, I think it's their detailed design now of the brand new hotel development on the Rotorua Lakefront. So there still is some positive movement coming forward and some exciting opportunities. We're going to take some quick questions from Patterson, Lee, and then we'll finish with Barker.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for the report. Always good to see good news. You'll probably be pleased to see that events have now been put on the top of one of our headings for our community outcomes, so that's now a tick in that box. Talking of that, Tarawera Ultra Trail, great to see the stats there. That's really exciting. 5,600 participants with 55% being international. That's a big tick. We'll have more of those. Councillor Brown asked about Crankworks, but I'm also interested in how the Super Rugby match that was played here, how did that go?
Look, I think I'll give you a bit of the context overall. So, that was their second rugby game that we've put into the stadium. I think it was certainly, we took some lessons out of the first Samoa-Fiji test match, and we had a much better commercial performance in terms of the Super Rugby round. We'll continue to look at further fixtures for Super Rugby, which is certainly something which the team are beavering away on. I think one of the downsides was, and I think Mayor Tapsell might want to comment on this, was if you recall the week leading into that game, I think it was the end of the world apocalyptic weather. We had a cyclone approaching New Zealand. I think everyone was kind of getting recommended from about the Thursday beforehand to start home and batten down. And I think I stood next to the Mayor, who had literally a message on her phone saying, can we call a state of emergency when we've got blue sky and a game about to start. So I think, look, there were some headwinds around that. We'll certainly take some lessons in terms of it was a little bit late to market because it was an interesting arrangement between Moana Pacifica and the Chiefs in terms of whose game it really was. But I think looking ahead, we'll be certainly, we're in a much better position to take some more lessons and look to continue that kind of fixture on the calendar.
One of the key objectives too of re-engaging with rugby was actually just that, was making sure that we were on the, at least on the consideration group, and we'd fallen off that for some time. So it was as much about getting into the Chiefs and as much about getting into NZRU as it was anything else. So, just making sure that they understand we're there and that we want to attract these games into our community.
I was there, so loved it. It was a great day.
It was fantastic.
Carrying on from that vein that Mayor Tapsell alluded to, the new development down at the lakefront, which is exciting. However, on the other side of the coin, I don't know if it's just cyclical or why. We've had a number of hotels put up for sale now. But what do you think the rationale behind that is?
I think that's a good thing, Councillor Patterson. I think it's, actually if you're seeing hotels go up for sale, then actually that's people kind of starting to time the market, that actually I think they're going to get a return. I would suggest there's been pretty strong interest in those hotels. And certainly we'll probably expect to see some announcements around some of those transactions in the coming months as well. So, I think we are pretty well positioned in a hotel stock at the moment. I think you've seen a lot of new construction into Auckland. It's probably getting to the point where they're at the top of that cycle. Queenstown is getting record rates, but it's also incredibly challenging to find a site there to build. We're actually in a pretty good space to see some things start to drop over the next sort of 12 months.
That's what I was hoping you were going to say. That's exciting news. Thank you.
Thank you. And I must admit, when we hosted the Moana versus Chiefs game, and then I had to duck off to a stairwell and take a call with the Minister and a number of other mayors that may have been implicated to say, please don't do a nationwide civil defence, please don't do a region. We're hosting an important game in Rotorua and we are totally fine right now. So
I think the other thing leading up to that game was the whole talk about Moana perhaps not going to be around beyond this last season, so that probably didn't really help. But at the end of the day, we had a really good crowd, and it was a great atmosphere, and it I think it got us through at least in the door of some of those key decision makers. So.
And it was a fantastic atmosphere, and the Chiefs executive that were there as well were really impressed with the crowd and the turnout. So I'm hopeful that we can get some more Chiefs games here as well.
Yeah, so as they've announced the new season, of course Moana are no longer part of it, but there have to be 2 games played outside of Hamilton. So, if you look at that, who are the other big areas that could take a game? There's Tauranga, Rotorua and New Plymouth in the Chiefs region, and Tauranga is a hard ask because they need to set up a lot of infrastructure to do it. So, there we are, sort of positioned to try and, at least get a home game from the Chiefs. So that's the kind of game plan, and if that works, that's what we were after.
Thank you. Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, gentlemen, for tuning up, answering questions. I think last time you were here, we had a little focus on the Energy Events Centre, and obviously there's some shutdown that's been happening and some investment and so forth. But the year-to-date actual for a number of people attending events at the Energy Event Centre is a little over half of the target. How's it looking if we project forward from now?
Yeah, look, it was one of the slides I kind of included in the pack was actually just starting to kind of highlight some of the work the team are doing in there. So, certainly over the kind of the May to July sort of 3-month period, they're on a sort of rolling 3 months total. They've contracted around sort of 12,000 delegate days. So looking forward, things are starting to kind of turn a bit of a corner. I think, we'd all acknowledge that, the opening of NZICC in Auckland has certainly been a bit of a handbrake, and the high cost of living has just meant that, things like conferencing and incentives they've been the thing that people have sort of dropped or they've shrunk in terms of size. So, we're optimistic about looking forward that we'll get back on the right track on that, Councillor. That's certainly what the team are very, very focused on.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. And now Councillor Barker, and a quick final question from Councillor Maxwell.
So I won't keep you too long. I just noticed underneath the economic development initiatives that you've done a skill survey and trying to understand economic leakage and potential opportunities. What were the types of questions and what were you hoping to find out of that? Was it where they're going for unemployment, or is it...
Yeah, look, it was actually kind of back a step in trying to understand the secondary school picture here locally. We're trying to get a better read in terms of how many students are actually kind of attending secondary school outside of districts. So that could be private school, it could be, travelling on across somewhere on a bus. We've tried to broaden that out to also include Taupo and Whakatane in terms of the data set. We've had some challenges around the sample size on that, but I think the team are due to kind of report back on that in the next month. So the idea being, we need a kind of a strong case. We've heard various kind of proposals in the past about could there be another secondary school developed, a private school or a charter school or something? I think what's been missing is, well, have you got some data to actually support that? That would actually be, there'd be an economic argument to progress that. So that's what that's really trying to answer.
Thanks, Andrew.
Thank you. And final question from Councillor Maxwell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, gentlemen, for another thorough report of how busy your department is. I'll just be as brief as I can, but there's some good stuff in here. But I thought that the programs over Matariki time was well attended. Wonderful things went on there, some full houses that went along to. Sad about the rain, the drain show only went on one night, but still a lot of people got to see it. And even at Matariki, you were busy out there too, at Te Puia there, Tim. But, okay, it's up to you.
Kia ora, Councillor Maxwell. I think Matariki, one of the things I think we're seeing is the maturity of Rotorua as a destination for Matariki. We had some, I think it was fortuitous this year, there were a few things happening. We had the Australian school holidays that are always a good uplift, and then the New Zealand school holidays that sort of timed quite well with Matariki this year. So there was a kind of a really, and coupled with what Andrew was saying about the propensity to travel with the reduction in, fuel prices and things like that, it sort of injected something into the domestic market. And while the wind was a bit of a nuisance, in terms of the drone show, it certainly showed, and our numbers at Te Puia showed, for the open days and things, that there were a lot of people here from out of town that were enjoying the Matariki experience. And I think, there's lots of stuff going on around the country, but I think we've just got to keep building on that kind of Matariki festival approach, because we hold a rightful place in that market, and I think we can just keep building it.
And thank you too to the leadership role that Te Puia play in hosting Matariki celebrations as well.
Yeah, it's a really enjoyable day.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So thank you very much. That concludes our question for our CCO Rotorua NZ and our quarterly update. We appreciate the work. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
What I'd like to do is, because the next one in our agenda following that, on page 100, was just a procedural matter where we need to approve the recommendations for the Audit and Risk Committee. So we might just quickly do that before we flip back. So that's moved by Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Te Mara Benfell. I'm going to read it out real quick. That the report recommendations from other committees, Audit and Risk meeting 17th of June be received, that the following recommendations, blah, 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 Staff Report 7.10, Treasury Update, May 2026, that the committee notes the breach of Council's Treasury policy with investment funds with Kiwibank being above prescribed counterparty limit, and recommends to Council that this is approved and will be corrected when the investment funds mature on the 31st of December this year. That the committee recommends that any breaches of the Council's Treasury policy, once discovered, are reported immediately to the Chair of the Audit and Risk Committee. That's been moved and seconded. I will just check if there's any questions or discussion. Thank you. We discussed this at Audit and Risk Committee, and those agenda items are online. So I'll now put that. Sorry, just check it. Was it Councillor Te Mara that seconded? Yeah. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any against? That's carried. Thank you. Why don't we take a quick 10-minute break now, because it's 10 to 3, and we'll come back at 3, and we'll go straight to our destination development dashboard. Thank you, everyone. Underway again. As we do, and as councillors are taking their seats, I'll just move now the council resolution to extend the meeting to continue beyond 6 hours. Sorry. I'll move that. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Deputy Mayor. All those in favour, please say aye. So, look, I think it's worthwhile us just pushing through. If you do feel it's been too big a day and you want to lie any of these items on the table for the next council meeting, please let me know. But what we will do is for the remainder of all of the reports, we'll take them mostly as read, and we'll just get our staff to cover the highlights or the top 2 or 3 points that they wish. But we do have our destination development update now, so can I please have a mover and a seconder that this presentation be received? Thank you. It's moved by Councillor Te Benfeld, seconded by Councillor Lee. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? That's carried. And we also, of course, have our managers that are present as well. The presentation is in your Stella, and we hand now to JP.
Good afternoon, Your Worship, councillors. Just following on from the RNZ style, you've had this presentation for some time, so very much take it as read. Obviously, I have most of the managers here who are available if there's any specific questions we want to go through, but yeah, over to questions if that's all right.
Thank you, and this is page 35 of your agenda, councillors. Just give them a minute to get there. Councillor Sanford.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. Thank you very much for the report. And I was just wondering if there was anything in there, like especially around housing supply or consents, that was of concern to you, or if you're okay with how all of that is tracking.
I think the key for us is that is what it is now. Obviously, the market's got a bit tighter. We've come off the Kāinga Ora bubble of builds. Obviously, there's some iwi housing going through and with the chips, so you can see the little blips that are coming through. So I think it's to be expected. So we're just now hopefully wanting to see some improvements in the private space. But you see our lead and lag.
Thank you. We've got Councillor Barker and then Wayne.
Thank you, Worship. Thanks for the report, team. Just wondered whether there's any learnings or key points you'd like to point out around the parking rollout that's just happened.
Your Worship, I'll bring the team forward. Look, it's a challenge when you do something new. So we have a completely new system, app, machines, distribution, and some new products in the way of permits, promotion of the car park building. So all of it's a change, and all of it leads to some change fatigue for a lot of people. I would like to acknowledge, I think the comms team have done an incredibly good job pushing out as much as possible, but people have to receive what gets pushed. So I think our learning is that's the right approach, and we try our best to mitigate it. So I think it's probably still some reflections for us on, is there any particular pieces now we need to look at and promote in the short term, but probably as we move into August and then a more formal review will kick off as we start gathering up, have we got any issues in there. So next couple of months we'll be reflecting on both the communications and that initial rollout in some detail.
Councillor Wing.
Thank you, Worship. Thanks for the presentation of the report. Just at the very start of it, there was the mention about, I think, some general staffing pressures. Could you elaborate that a bit further?
Thank you, Councillor. You'll remember those first two slides in this deck were ones I used when we made the presentation for the induction after the election, so sort of good, almost a year ago now. And it shows the grouping of our departments under the group, but the second slide there just starts highlighting some of our pressures. And look, as a group, we're almost entirely dependent on our people. So the people are our assets, and we do rely on their diligence, their commitment and their professionalism. And I think I said at that induction point, we run pretty lean. So there's zero headroom for us in our resourcing. So anytime we end up with major vacancies or gaps, it does impact on our performance. And so really that's a critical issue for us, and one that we're trying to resolve with the multi-skilling, teams crossing over the fence. But apart from that, it's making sure we can move as quickly as possible to recruit full vacancies, make sure they're well trained, and in effect try and catch up on our performance.
And did Nahi have something to add to that one? Or?
Yeah, I came forward because I thought that was to do with our food safety verification performance, and JP said it all.
Okay, thank you. So we have Councillor Lee, Sanford, and then Patterson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Parking modernisation successfully delivered is the headline. Have we scared shoppers out of town? Are our retailers happy with business sales? Have you had any feedback on that?
Council, we're about 2.5 weeks in of data that we're collecting, so we're working closely with the customer centre, so we're getting feedback from them. There's the anecdotal stuff that we're seeing, so we talk to owners, and also so some are positive and some indicating they've got concerns. I think I made a comment to some councillors earlier. We've changed quite a few things with our new system, and obviously we had a contract expiring, so we got a new system and we made some changes. So cause and effect is really hard to see. And I'll use the example of we had really poor enforcement for the last few years within the core spine where it was P60. So we had a lot of workers rotating vehicles in an area that was intended for supporting the shoppers. So those we would expect to have been displaced into either paying the metered amount or sought a permit. Now, we've equally been surprised at the number of permits we've sold in the first instance. So we're sort of seeing some real behaviour changes. So, Council, I think there's the pain of change, and a lot of people are experiencing that. We're trying to gather as much data as we can to come back to you and give you a more complete picture. But in this circumstances, it's very hard to go, we had an apple last year and we've got an orange this year. The data is not quite so comparable, so we are having to try and get under the hood of that. So sorry, long answer. A whole bunch of things have changed, and behaviours, impacts, concerns, but equally a whole bunch of really positive feedback on functionality, use, options, availability.
Okay, different topic. Where are we up to with the 434 Pukahangi Road property that was listed in here somewhere as an issue?
Good afternoon, councillors, and through you, Your Worship. Thank you for the question. You will recall that when we brought that paper forward in July, the council decided to leave the decision on the table. We are waiting for the property disposal policy to come forward in August, and then we will bring that paper back to you in September.
Thank you.
Thank you, and now we have Sanford.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a question about the parking as well. We previously had a working group on the parking, and I was just wondering if I saw an email from Councillor Brown around, making sure that this working group continued. I know that I've received some feedback from a certain hairdresser in town who I'm going to have to sit next to at a function tonight. So I wanted to raise this to make sure that the working group is still active and we can give some feedback into that.
100%. I think there's actually been a time slot scheduled for the second week of August. So we're still gathering feedback from retailers, businesses, and any hairdressers who have an opinion, and making sure we synthesise that. So really, we're trying not to be too reactive, but certainly want to use the steering group to make sure we're clearing these issues out.
Thank you. And final question from Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just looking at the spatial and policy planning slide, outstanding issues relate to the use of visitor accommodation for emergency housing. Is that still a problem?
Council, that's, I think as we've said, Plan Change 10 was our sort of miscellaneous plan change, which captured a bunch of issues that we saw as needing minor fixes. So we had to seek the Minister's approval to carry on with that plan change. The actual use of accommodation and the potential around emergency housing seems to be our only issue. That's still not resolved through exchanges of evidence and discussion with submitters. So it's potentially the issue we will carry through to a hearing.
Okay, so then it is still an issue. Okay. And then my other question is further on in the report, it talks about the development of the pensioner flats, etc. Where are things with that relationship with emergent development and all of that? Where's that at?
Yeah, sorry, Councillor, before we move on that previous topic, I think there was a kind of cross-purposes discussion there. I think Mr. Gaston was talking about PC10 and the definitions change as still being an issue, not the use of hotels as emergency housing. So just to be clear, I don't believe staff were expressing that that's a current issue the district is facing. That is an issue that we're trying to resolve through Plan Change 10.
Thank you. Just the terminology, if you like.
The definition's correct.
Thank you.
And another question around emerge.
Thank you, Councillor. The relationship with Emerge is going well. We've had, as you all know, some hiccups with the transition to that arrangement, but things are progressing well now. And we are starting to make arrangements around potential redevelopment options. We're actually intending to bring an update back to you at the infrastructure committee meeting in September, so we can be really clear about all of the things that have been happening and then the next steps around that.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, that concludes questions on the Destination Development Dashboard. I do want to thank our managers who have been here. It's been great to see where things such as consents have improved. Obviously, community safety is trending downwards, and we must keep it that way. And of course, how we're going on our dwellings, as well as liquor licensing, etc. So please pass on our thanks to the staff. So we now go to our Rotorua Homelessness Strategic Framework. This is the endorsement of He Urunga Rau Koroniko. Can I please have a mover and a seconder that this is received? Moved by Councillor Sanford, seconded by Councillor Te Mera Benfell. All those in favour to receive this report, please say aye. Any against? That's carried. Now we have had a workshop on this, which we're fortunate enough to be joined by Ezra from the Public Service, also Jacob from MSD, the Regional Commissioner, and Mark Rawson from Kāinga Order as well, so very high regional leadership. So what we will do with this is it's in your Stella, and we'll just get Peniel and JP to cover the high level points, in particular one of the questions that came up around defining council's role in this more clearly. So we now hand over to Peniel.
Kia ora. Tēnā koe te marekura, mō tō rangatiratanga ki runga I tēnei kaupapa hera, tēnā koutou katoa, rangatira ki roto I tēnei ruma. I wanted to also just quickly acknowledge that this mahi was done in partnership with our central government agencies and the leadership and the representatives from those agencies. And at the same time, we also had our community providers support and lead this mahi all the way over the last several months, and also engaging with some of our other stakeholders, including the business chamber, our wider community, and also people that are currently experiencing homelessness as well. So the report that you see in front of you and the presentation and the strategic framework was developed after listening to our partners and listening to our community members that are also currently experiencing homelessness. So, privileged to sit before you and present that kōrero. As we all know, homelessness obviously is one of a pressing issues for us here in Rotorua for several years now. But I think we are in a really good opportunity. We're in a really good time right now with a new opportunity to look at what is our long-term long-term solutions, what are some preventative options that we can look at, moving away from the crisis response over the last few years. And but the context of that, again, I've outlined homelessness is not a uniquely Rotorua issue. It is an issue across the country, in fact, around the world. And while often associated with rough sleeping, this issue extends beyond just people living without shelter. So there is that full definition of homelessness that you will see in the next slide. And through our engagements, we've had very clear, thank you, JP. The consensus was clear, like Rotorua does need a long-term solution and preventative approach. And you can see that even with a homelessness to housing continuum. So in the first step, if we're talking about homelessness, we do have the 4 types of homelessness: people living without shelter, people living in temporary accommodation, shared living, and uninhabitable housing. But if we look at every step of the housing continuum, and if we look at central government agencies, there's not a single agency that has oversight and responsibility or the resourcing across all of those steps. But interestingly, at a local level, we can see council does have a stake in almost every step. If it is homelessness, if it's public space management, and if it's our community engagement, and through planning, consenting, regulation, we have a stake in almost every step. But when it comes to central government agencies, all of them have their lane and their mandates and responsibility. And so it becomes really critical, because of the complex nature of homelessness and the issue that we're trying to address, that there is a conduit, there is a convening partner in that collaborative mahi, and international models and also engagement with councils across the country clearly highlights that councils do have a part in it. We're not the lead agency, but we can definitely be a lead coordinating agency. So I see council's role through all of this engagement and evidence that we can be a convening partner. We can obviously align our mahi across even the different departments across council as well to make sure that this strategic framework is applied in a lot of the mahi that we're doing in council. Thirdly, we can be a strong advocate because we have local knowledge, we have local relationships and partnerships, and using that we can be a strong advocate for Arohe. And so those are some key role for councils that we see in terms of endorsing the strategy and becoming that coordinating partner in this collective approach. Yeah, and as you see, there's a lot of specific details outlined in the report, and also the presentation, and also the workshop that that was indicated earlier. So if you have any patai, please feel free. JP. Yeah.
So I thought I was just working as the glamorous assistant. So councillors, I think, I think the key there from what Peniel was just taking you through is really just, again, summarising our role and importance of our function as a council to bring the different partners together. We have a really important leadership coordination role that we can then supply, which a lot of those government agencies can't because they can't really look across the fence. So really that's the joined up nature of the approach being taken and the framework that Peniel has taken you through. So very keen for council to endorse that framework and that will allow Peniel to work with those agencies to finalise a strategy.
Thank you. And I might just ask if you can flick to slide 6, which is the decision for council, just so it's very clear. And also I want to note that the recommendations that we're looking at is not only to endorse the strategy, but it's actually to make sure that there's supporting ongoing participation in governance, implementation and monitoring. We saw through the monitoring of the emergency housing motels that was crucially important to make sure that we're going in a positive direction, and also that we acknowledge the significant amount of ways that council and local government have a key role in this, including housing supply, community safety, community engagement, placemaking, local partnerships, and etc. And that will continue to advocate alongside those strategy partners. So I do want to note that any government agency or not-for-profit may often find it difficult to challenge government or ministers who are providing them with the funding, and that's where, as Mayor and as this council, we've played a real leadership role when we felt things aren't not only good enough or adequate enough in our community, but could be substantially better. So we now open up for questions. Sorry, we have Councillor Temara Sandford. Councillor Temara and Brown.
Kia ora, thank you, Your Worship, and through you, I just wanted to start off by saying it's an awesome report, very, very thorough report, so hats off to you for that, because it's a very, very, and I think the other part about that I actually really enjoyed about reading the report as well was it's quite ambitious, which is quite refreshing. It's very ambitious. I think particularly, it's in the opening statement around ending homelessness. That's a massive, massive ambition, which I think is a very, very positive place for us to aim for. My question for you, I suppose, Peniel, is through this is a body of work you've been working on for quite some time, something that's critical, obviously, for our community and our needs. Was there anything that you found through the process of working with community groups that you sort of didn't expect to find, or something that you sort of found, I suppose sort of went against the grain of things in terms of some of your assessments of some of the actual conditions in our community and things like that? Was there anything in particular that stood out through your research process or analysis process?
Yeah, tēnā koe mō te rapatai. This is definitely an ambitious, strategic goal and a vision. But evidence suggests that if we build our infrastructure for ending homelessness, we'll make significant progress towards achieving that. And also with every person that's exiting homelessness, we are ending homelessness for them and their family and their generations. And so in that way, it's definitely an achievably ambitious strategy. And through the engagement, I think in the last few years for Rotorua, it's been determined a lot on the crisis response, because we have had the numbers were so high when it comes to people that were experiencing severe housing deprivation. But then with the transition in the last year and a half, there has been a big adjustment period that has had to take place. And I guess I do want to just tautoko and mihi to the providers, because we are having to all adapt. And even with a plan like this, for the community to come together and say, we'll pull in some of our existing capacity and resources to get some progress and build evidence so that we can advocate for the right kind of sustained resources has been a really good approach. And so that's why I strongly believe that this strategic framework leverages our local levers and our local responsibilities, but it actually improves the current system and it makes progress so that we can actually build that evidence and advocate for sustained resourcing from where it needs to come from as well. And so through the engagement, yes, initially there has been some conflict and challenges, absolutely, as we are all aware in this topic, and sometimes different government agencies, councils and community providers have been at odds. And I think over the last several months we have really come together, and this is a real positive step to have a strategic direction together. And everyone's got their lanes and everyone's kaupapa will be slightly different, but we are facing in the same direction and we're committed to the same vision. Yeah. Kia ora.
Thank you. And that in itself has been quite a substantial shift. But then what I'm also proud of is that connection between this and the Mayor's Task Force for Jobs is also taking this at a broader scale. So we started having other councils say, well, what are you guys doing here? And there is already an inter-council working group at a staff level that Peniel's been very active in. And so what we hope is through this strategy and the actual mapping out of where things went wrong, how did people become homeless, and ensuring that we then move from a crisis to then a prevention, where we can be putting all of our resources in at a nice and early stage. And I will also note in here that we have those success factors as well. And the success factors are quite broad. So whether it's a decrease in the number of people living without shelter or the number of people entering into homelessness, it's also quite clear that we want to see improved quality, consistency and transparency of data and insights, increase the number of partners involved in this, and importantly decrease the number of young people under 25, which we discovered was actually when most people in our community, and this is real interviews that we've had with people who are facing tough times. The first time they found themselves homeless was in the under 25 category. So we can see the importance of this, and that's why we've stepped in as a council, because we had to due to the crisis we were facing. But we'll now go to Councillor Brown, Patterson and then Barker.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm glad you raised those goals, and this is the one that I've been looking at. Have we considered a time frame and a reporting what is the base that we're sitting with currently? How will we show progress against all of those goals?
Yeah, absolutely. So upon the endorsement of the strategic framework, we will definitely put some of that in place. But we do have a baseline now because we have collected data through administrative data, including, people that have accessed emergency departments that are experiencing homelessness, through the police, through the housing register, through accessing various access points. So because it's been a very challenging thing to measure homelessness as well, because we do not have a consistent approach and the definitions are different from sometimes agency to agency as well. And so we have a picture through multiple angles. So we do have a baseline that we can use. And because it's organized as well, the framework is organized in a way where there are strategic frameworks. Each of those groups will be measuring and monitoring and reporting from that group so that it's a shared workload. And then, of course, with the governance structure, we have proposed to have an independent governance group that is not a contracting agency or a service provider, so that they can pull in all of those data that's coming from the different work streams to be able to have that oversight. And yeah, we're looking at definitely having a periodic reporting structure. And part of that, we're working with comms, some comms teams around the providers and our council comms team as well, to say how can we actually be transparent and display that data as well. So if there's a landing page where we can see regular updates. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So in terms of time, a hard question to answer, I guess, but the goal is to end homelessness, or the vision is to do that. Do we?
Maybe.
Stab at that?
Maybe this is where I could come in. Very ambitiously, I believe that there should be a 1 to 2 year strategy where we're able to come back and not only track the progress month by month, but also year by year, and at least by year 2, there is a very significant change in all of those key outcomes, plus more, hopefully.
Okay, just one last question, if I can. Budget, who's got that one? Are we approving new budget or?
No new budget. Obviously, we've just been through an annual plan process, which has set this year's budget. So we're operating within our budget. So we're just having to reprioritise some work to make sure we get the focus on this if it's endorsed today. But no new budget.
And I will note, though, that it's been fantastic having Peniel supporting us with this. We also co-funded Peniel's position alongside the public service to be able to create this. We discovered her when she was doing a very similar piece of work for Tauranga City Council that's been successful, and it has been a real delight to have her support in this. Moving forward, though, correct, there is no budget to continue this, but what I will say, though, is perhaps, and through the partnership of NES Task Force for Jobs, which is already an established trust, then understanding that we might have a role in leading and coordinating, but not necessarily in paying, hopefully that's where we can get access to funding to deliver these mutually beneficial outcomes. So that's just hopefully makes clear that we will be seeking funding from government agencies as well. Thank you. And, sorry. Councillor Patterson and then Barker.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you again for the report and the excellent job you've done putting this together. Just going back to one of the earlier slides, homelessness and councils. The top line in the box talks about visible homelessness, and then the bottom line talks about invisible homelessness. I think I raised this with you at the workshop, but I don't know if we had the stats there then. So in shared living, so these are people who are overcrowding on couches, garages, sheds, etc. 29% of invisible homelessness. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is that how I read that?
So there is shared living, but also people living in uninhabitable housing. So that is also not the most visible part because that's hard to measure as well. So that would be 29% plus the 48. So majority of the people experiencing severe housing deprivation are in pockets of our community that isn't super visible. Yeah.
So the top two, I guess you could say they're observable. We can see that, we can track it. The bottom two are very difficult to quantify.
Correct.
The one that concerns me probably the most is the uninhabitable housing.
Yes.
I mean, we have levers as council to say there shouldn't even be uninhabitable housing.
That's right.
So we could be using our compliance officers to say, sorry, this is not, you can't live here. I mean, it's not a great result to see somebody not living in a place where they've got some form of shelter, but that kind of thing leads to fires and deaths and ugly situations.
That's right. So if I can answer that with 2 points. So even though it's not easily measurable, we do have other metrics that can point us to that. For example, our housing register is an indicator of how many people are in shared living and waiting for housing. And then we also have, the Ministry of Health and with MSID and even MB, they have data around healthy homes and how many homes that need working. But like you said, council also has data, but it's about connecting those partners to go, how can we work together? Because there are repair programs, there are funds for people to, bring their house up to standard as well. So but if we have a strategic direction and go, okay, this is a priority for us, then we can tap into those right partnerships to be able to say, not just, I guess, enforcement of fix this, but we can actually say, here are the avenues and how you can do that, and create a real momentum in making sure that we are bringing those numbers down as much as possible.
Fantastic. So then I move to, if I may, Your Worship, the slide that we were just looking at, number 4, I think it is, under who's responsible for governing and implementing the strategy. Those same people, where are they factored into in this timeline?
Yeah. So they will be part of different work streams. So, for example, if you look at the supply, which is the third work stream, so we're talking about EV build program, residence build and repair program. So what we'll do is, council, for example, because we have a housing mandate and we have a priority around unlocking housing growth, we will then engage with all of our partners that we already engage with, but in a very targeted way to go, this is something that we are going to be working on, these are the priorities, and we can bring them into that work stream for specific projects. But of course, the governance will be, the local leaders, but then we'll have partners that we're working with on either the entire work stream or specific projects that fall off of, the implementation.
So one last question then on the next page. In these outcomes, where do they fit in?
So, for example, increase in the right typology of housing supply and Rotorua and farm by demand and connected. So that is all part of the supply. We're making sure that, because sometimes building new houses could take time, but actually fixing existing houses may not be. And so there's ways, even the supply program has specific targets that we want to do. So if you look at every work stream, there will be targets under each work stream. And so improving the quality of housing will be one of the targets for each of that. But the other measure is more of the overall strategy. All we want to know is, here's the demand and here's the supply. Is the demand coming down and our supply going up? So we're able to keep on top of it. But in terms of some of the specifics, will be under each of the work streams. So that'll be the work stream leads and the partners to be able to develop that and look at what are the metrics that they want to work on. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And final question from Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mayor Tapsell. Thank you for this massive piece of work. I really appreciate the depth of information that's come to us to help us better understand the homelessness issue. My question was sort of partly answered around the funding. Obviously, we've shifted some funding around within budgets to do this initial part of work. I guess looking forward, my question would be then those pieces of work that have been put aside will need to be funded elsewhere or not at all. And there is a comment that it says any future funding requests arising from implementation will be subject to separate council consideration. So I'm just, from a funding perspective, interested to know what you might expect how this could impact our budgets and how we're going to allow for that.
Perhaps because it's probably political, really. I think what's been fantastic is JP and his team have managed to incorporate this into existing budgets. But as you can see, the work to pull this together has been absolutely massive. But the key priority is that we've actually now mapped out the way forward for Rotorua. And so when we're talking about going from a crisis response, it's a crisis response across all different agencies, including ourselves, when we had to deal with emergency housing motels and even recently rough sleeping in the inner city. And so now that we've got that goal, it's only parts of these where council can be relevant, and we will develop LTP proposals. We don't have any costs to what this may be, because a lot of it, where it is council's role, is actually council's business as usual, where there may be additional resources if there are any further gaps that we identify that government agencies aren't currently undertaking. But that's when I'm saying, because we have a strategy, a partnership, and working with Mayor's Task Force for Jobs, I would anticipate that that funding comes externally. So Mayor's Task Force for Jobs is funded $9 million from MSD as one example. I have already had an initial chat with Minister Tama Pōtaka to explain what we're doing, and we have mayors across the country that are very interested in being part of this. So while we've sort of started it in terms of quite literally mapping out the whole process, and you've heard just a snippet of the amount of agencies. I know we had a slide at the end of all the ones that have been involved. I do anticipate that the majority of funding will come elsewhere. If there is anything that needs to come through us, then that will come to our long-term plan proposals in around about September.
Thank you. That's great. And don't mean to diminish the work at all. Just starts up, a funding question that will need to possibly be addressed later on. And the second part of that, and you probably alluded to it, was the other agency participation, and listed in the risks is the community expectations around this. By taking this lead or convening role, are we actually letting other agencies off the hook somewhat, and creating an expectation in the community that this is actually a council job, when in fact maybe we just need to be really clear, I think, about the messaging around this. That's all.
Absolutely, and I agree with that. I guess there's a couple of facets with that particular question. Our community are already expecting us to solve some of these issues, and so there is that accountability that is, put on us through our. A lot of you would have received emails, through your engagement. What is council doing about it? So there's already the community expectation, but through our engagement, I can, confidently say that all of our partners are definitely not saying that this is council's role. Everybody understands their role in this, and so that's why it is definitely a collective mahi. And also we've been very clear about council's role in this, and like you said, absolutely, we'll continue to reinforce that. And because we have that full systems view, we're able to just be in almost a neutral party to help that has the growth and the vision for our whole district as underpinning whatever work we do in this space. Yeah.
Thank you. Well, that concludes the questions. So I now ask if there is a mover and a seconder. Oh, sorry, we did have one more question from Councillor O'Connell-Tate.
Madam Chair, it's just very quick. The directive that the police are operating under now, moving on, is that likely to be showing up new entrants in terms of the homeless now, individuals that before might have flown under the radar?
Can you explain that?
Yes, I'm just asking if, because the long term have been there for some time, obviously, and I'm just asking if we're now looking at, through the moving on directive that the police are operating under now, right throughout the motu, is that now seeing particularly individuals now coming in to the new numbers in terms of homeless?
It will be hard to measure, but we know that when it comes to people experiencing homelessness without living without shelter, and rough sleeping particularly, a small proportion of them are transient. But if we're going to have that issue, other regions are also going to have the same issue, because it is moving between all of the different regions. But I think confidently we can say locally, our police are a very active partner with us in this mahi, and with the B teams, they are very aware of the people that are currently experiencing homelessness, and our providers know a lot of the people by name. Through the survey, we've mapped out who is out there, and so we're able to work with them. And what this does is also gives the avenue for police and council to go, actually, what can be solved through the social sector as well, and when is their role. So I don't know if we can completely avoid having people move between the regions, but that's going to happen regardless of that. But what that could do is the issue that you're raising will more displace people within the region more than it would between regions, because the issue is everywhere, like you said, around the country. Yeah.
Madam Chair, it's just that sometimes when the government makes a directive such as that, it actually adds to the burden of numbers. That was my question, really. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have a mover and a seconder for this? That's moved by Councillor Sanford, seconded by Councillor Temara Benfell. I will just check if there are any quick comments for discussion. No, we'll put this to the vote then, and I'll just read it out quickly. That Council endorse He Urunga Rau Koromiko as the agreed collective local strategic framework to manage, reduce and end homelessness in Rotorua. That Council support ongoing participation in the governance, implementation, monitoring and reporting of the strategy as a lead coordinating partner as part of a collective framework alongside central government agencies and community providers. That Council acknowledge local government's role in key actions such as housing supply, community safety, community engagement, placemaking and local partnerships that align with Council's core functions, priorities and existing work programs. 5, that Council advocate alongside strategy partners for the resources, policy settings and investment required to achieve the outcomes identified in the strategic framework. I'll now put that to the vote. I do ask if you could raise your hands. All those in favour, please say aye. Yay! That's carried unanimously. Thank you guys, I appreciate that very much. And once again, we do thank Peniel for her significant work in this as well. We now go to the financial update. We are just going to take this as read, if you don't mind. So there is the presentation in Stella. We are on page 77 of our agenda, and we'll take this as read. If you have questions, we'll just get David to answer from over there. Oh, sorry, can I please have a mover and a seconder to receive it? I move, seconded by Councillor Sanford. All those in favour to receive, please say aye. I will just give you a minute to get to the page and make sure that... All right, I'm going to take that as a no questions. And if you do have a question after, then please just feel free to email it straight to David. So we will carry on. We now reach the end of our... I'm just going to double check. It's been a good day. Yep. We have reached the end of all of our public reports. So we're going to take the minor matter now that Councillor Patterson and myself raised, which is just a quick verbal update of the Princess Gate Arches. So I'd just like to invite our GM Alex to give a brief overview of where we're at.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Chair. The question that was asked by councillors was what maintenance activities or repair activities have we undertaken on the arches since the last major renewal project in 1974. Our digital records only extend back to 2010. We are looking to try and get some of those hard copy records out of archives, but we've got around 30 records that we can see over that 16-year period. It's unclear which is an inspection, which is a repair, which is routine maintenance. We have some detail on that in the last few years, but further back to that, not. But we're about 30 records over those 16-year periods. So there has been constant reviews and activity on those arches over that time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I know we've got the website page that's up now for anyone that has any frequently asked questions, but also just wanted certainty on we're not taking it down right now, but when is the time frame on which we could provide more of an understanding on the next steps, like when will there be a decision on the final?
Through you, Madam Chair, the timeframe we're working to is safety first, so we anticipate that'll take around 2 to 3 months to plan and then execute that. Throughout that period, we will then also develop some options which we'll bring back to Council, so we're aiming either end of the year, depending on the extensive nature of the repair works that we might need to do to make safe, or perhaps in the beginning of the next year to have those options to you.
Look, I think this has been a topic of quite a lot of public interest, so we'll take a couple of questions, and then any other questions we will leave with our staff to come back to us in whatever next meeting. So we'll go Councillor Lee, Patterson, and then Maxwell.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think I know the answer to the question, but for the benefit of the public, has there been a 3D imaging of the arches that has been made? Do we have plans to rebuild?
Through the chair, yes, we do have a 3D render through one of the engineering assessments that we've had done. So we know exactly what it looks like and what it's made up of.
Thank you.
Thank you. Patterson?
Thank you, Your Worship, and please don't take this the wrong way. The reason that I asked the question about the maintenance program is, the next question is, well, how did it get to this state? How has it been left to this long before? Why haven't we had an update on this years ago to say, come on, councillors, you need to make a decision about what we're going to do with this, otherwise it's only going to get worse. I don't recall this ever being produced in our last term and a half. Merepeka and Councillor Fisher-Wang and Councillor Maxwell, you might have, can you recall ever?
I do recall brief updates, and there was actually an estimate price on it, and because the price was a lot higher than expected, it sort of automatically went back to, oh, we need to look at this further, and it's all part of how we've changed things a lot with this council, where we've said we need to understand the condition of our assets. So anyway, I'll just look to Alex if she's got any questions on that.
Yeah, correct, Madam Mayor, and also it appeared on our renewals program from about 2020, so we had an assessment done then. My assumption is it was reported to council or approved as part of that renewal program at that time.
Okay, and nothing happened.
Yeah, we'll get,
Okay.
we'll
Right,
get,
save it for a report.
yeah.
Thank you.
And that will come to council, and that will have the detail of when and what was the maintenance. Obviously, that's brief detail, but at least we can see as much as possible. Councillor Maxwell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Alex, I just want to say thank you for sending out all the information regarding the archway. A quick question is, the gentleman who made an offer of doing something there at a certain rate, is it feasible?
Through the chair, at this stage we're accepting all offers of support and help. We are looking to triage those and then work with those stakeholders to understand what's possible. It's probably too early to say if when we haven't got a direction from council on on the option that they prefer in terms of that long term view of the arches. So it's a little bit challenging at this stage to provide you with any certainty over that feasibility.
Councillor, just to be clear, we're receiving all offers of assistance. We haven't accepted any yet because we need to work out which ones are appropriate, which ones fit within council's budget, etc. But we are certainly receiving all offers.
And they have been quite generous, and of course we have community organisations and individuals that are offering to donate as part of it as well. So I'm sure to be a great community effort, whatever the solution moving forward is. Councillor Sanford?
Thank you, Your Worship. Alex, I was just wondering if before the arches are deconstructed, I'm going to get words wrong here, before the arches are deconstructed, will there be a council decision on what the solution around a possible replacement is? I'm aware that there's a lot of anxiety out in the community that they're going to be deconstructed and then at some later date a decision will be made on them. And I think the community would like us to make a decision on them, and whether it then leads to deconstruction or something, so that it's sort of mapped out for the community.
Through the chair, our approach at this stage is just to make safe. So the assessments that we've got in the next couple of weeks are really to tell us the extent of what the activity is to make safe. So we will bring that update back to this council. We just are bound by how our staff capacity to work on multiple things at the same time. So the way we're stepping through it is to focus on safety and then prepare those longer term options for council to consider.
Thank you. So that appears to be all the questions, and thank you very much for giving an update on that as a minor but feels like a very urgent matter. So we now have concluded our public session, and I'd like to advise that there's 4 items for consideration in the public excluded session. So we have the confidential minutes. We will also be discussing Health NZ car park proposal, of which the reason for withholding the information is section 7.2b2, that having the information available would likely unreasonably prejudice the commercial position, and section 7.2 as well, H. And then we have contract extension with Mercury Energy, section 7H and section 7.2I for the reasons. And then, of course, the appointment of board members for Rotorua NZ, a council-controlled organisation, which is also in section 7.2, where the withholding of information is necessary to protect the privacy of people. Can I please have a mover and a seconder that we go into public excluded based on those grounds? That's moved by Councillor Barker, seconded by Councillor Brown. Councillor Lee, you have a question?
Yes, I do, Madam Chair. I've previously raised the issue that the format here does not comply with the Ombudsman's report from October 23. I was given an assurance that we're going to update the presentation of this in accordance with the Ombudsman's recommendations. Just wondering where we're at with that.
Yeah, I'll follow that up to see where we're at with that. The Ombudsman guidance, well, yeah, is around some plain English, so we've added that, but I know that we talked about another format, so I'll come back to you on that after this meeting.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, but I think the reasons given are quite obvious, even as they are written themselves as well. And you will note that there is the plain English section at the bottom to make it even simpler. So I feel confident with that, and we'll move on. We've had a mover and a seconder. I'd now put this to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? That's carried, and we're going to go into confidential now. While staff are just cutting off the live stream and getting us ready, I think it's fine to take our minutes. So can I please have a mover and a seconder for the confidential minutes on the